They said no one could stand against the might of the new generation. But what if Izuku Midoriya carried the power of a man who once challenged the Pirate King himself? In this world, Deku isn't chasing after heroes. He's becoming an unstoppable force of battle, with the strength, speed, and overwhelming will of Douglas Bullet.
Welcome, Legends, to Chronos Recom. I wrote this story myself, so if you have any suggestions or what-ifs you want to see, drop it in the comments below. Also, just wanted to let you know I've got a Patreon set up now for anyone who wants to support the channel directly. You can get early access to stories, submit direct fan requests, and get exclusive content. It's totally optional, but if you want to help keep these stories coming, check it out. Links in the description. And don't forget to subscribe, like, and hit that bell so you never miss an upload. Let's dive into this story.
The day Izuku Midoriya's world changed began like any other. 4 years old, wide-eyed and curious, he stood silently in the corner of the playground watching Katsuki Bakugo and his friends torment a smaller child. The victim cowered, tears streaming down his face as Bakugo's palms crackled with explosive energy. "What kind of hero would you be?" Bakugo sneered, sparks dancing between his fingers. "You can't even stand up for yourself." Something shifted inside Izuku. Not the familiar tightness of fear, but a strange heat spreading from his core to his fingertips. His mother's quirk was simple telekinesis, pulling small objects toward her. His father could breathe fire, or so he'd been told. Whatever stirred within him felt entirely different. The playground equipment trembled. Metal bolts loosened, screws unwound themselves, and metal plates separated as if disassembled by invisible hands. Bakugo turned, momentarily distracted by the strange noise. "What the?" Izuku didn't consciously command it. The disassembled parts floated around him, reshaping themselves into a crude mechanical arm extending from his right shoulder. The playground children backed away, eyes wide with fear and awe. "Leave him alone." Izuku's voice emerged deeper than his 4-year-old vocal cords should allow. A strange pressure emanated from him, an invisible weight pressing down on everyone present. Bakugo, never one to back down, charged forward. "Don't tell me what to do, quirkless Deku." The mechanical arm moved faster than anyone could track. A single sweeping motion sent Bakugo and his friends flying across the playground, landing in a heap against the fence. The arm disassembled itself, components returning to their original positions in the playground equipment as if nothing had happened. Bakugo stared up from the ground, a trickle of blood running from his nose. His expression a mixture of rage and something Izuku had never seen on his face before: fear. That evening, doctors confirmed what had happened. Izuku hadn't inherited either of his parents' quirks. He developed something entirely new. His mother's attraction ability had evolved into control over all inanimate matter. His father's fire breath had transmuted into a form of energy projection that manifested as both physical enhancement and an overwhelming presence. Material dominion, the quirk specialist had named it. The ability to disassemble and reassemble any non-living material, coupled with enhanced physical capabilities and what appears to be a pressure field, almost like a manifestation of will. His mother had cried, not from disappointment, but from a complex mixture of pride and concern. "Izuku," she'd whispered, "this power, it's extraordinary. Promise me you'll use it wisely." He'd nodded solemnly, but even at 4, Izuku understood that he possessed something rare and dangerous. That night, lying in bed beneath his All Might posters, he made a decision that would shape his future. He would become not just a hero, but the strongest hero who ever lived. Years passed. While other children played, Izuku trained. His understanding of material dominion deepened with each passing day. At first, he could only disassemble objects he touched, breaking them down to their component parts before reassembling them in new configurations. By age 7, he could affect materials from a distance. By 10, he could manipulate multiple objects simultaneously. His body grew to match his power. Unlike the small, timid child he might have been in another life, this Izuku shot up in height, his frame broadening with muscle from the rigorous training regimen he devised for himself. He pushed his limits daily, disassembling heavier objects, creating more complex structures, extending his range. Bakugo maintained his distance after that first encounter, though the explosive boy never stopped watching Izuku with a mixture of resentment and grudging respect. They existed in parallel, Bakugo at the center of an admiring crowd, Izuku deliberately apart, focused on perfecting his abilities. The playground incident had taught him something crucial. Respect came from strength. While he never bullied others, he made it clear that he wouldn't tolerate those who did. He developed a reputation, fair but intimidating, protective but distant. Only at home with his mother did the softer side of Izuku emerge. Izuku Midoriya remained the one person who could make him genuinely gentle, the only one whose approval truly mattered to him. Your power doesn't make you better than others, she would remind him. It gives you greater responsibility to protect them. He took those words to heart, though his understanding of protection differed from most. In his mind, overwhelming strength was the surest path to peace. By 14, Izuku could disassemble and reassemble an entire car in seconds. He could create complex mechanical constructs from scattered materials, forming weapons, shields, or tools as needed. His pseudo-hockey abilities, as he called them after a character in a pirate manga he enjoyed, allowed him to sense hostility and danger within a growing radius. The day that cemented his path came when he was walking home from middle school. A commotion near the shopping district caught his attention. A villain made of sludge had captured someone, using their body as a hostage, while heroes stood helplessly by. Pushing through the crowd, Izuku recognized the trapped victim, Bakugo, thrashing uselessly as the sludge invaded his lungs. The pro-heroes on scene, Kamui Woods, Mont Lady, Death Arms, held back, their quirks unsuited for the situation. Something primal awoke in Izuku. The pressure field he normally kept contained exploded outward. Bystanders dropped to their knees, some losing consciousness entirely as the wave of pure intimidation washed over them. The pros staggered, turning toward the source with wide eyes. Izuku walked forward, each step cracking the pavement beneath his feet. Buildings around him trembled, their structural elements responding to his power. Glass, concrete, metal, all vibrated in sympathetic resonance with his will. Release him. The command carried such weight that even the sludge villain paused. "Stay back, kid!" Death Arms shouted, struggling to remain standing under the pressure. "This isn't." The villain recovered, laughing wetly. "Another brat to add to my collection!" Izuku didn't speak again. A wall from the nearest building disassembled itself, bricks and mortar separating into individual components before reassembling into a massive hand that slammed down onto the villain. The impact was precisely calculated, enough force to separate the sludge from Bakugo without harming the captured boy. As Bakugo fell free, another construct caught him, gently lowering him to safety. Meanwhile, the sludge villain found himself compressed by multiple stone hands, squeezed until he couldn't maintain cohesion. The entire incident lasted less than 30 seconds. When it was over, Izuku turned to leave, the buildings around him repairing themselves as if nothing had happened. A massive hand on his shoulder stopped him. Death Arms, looking both impressed and disturbed. "Kid, what you just did, that's not a normal quirk." Izuku met his gaze evenly. "I know. You're planning to be a hero?" "Yes," Death Arms nodded slowly. "You'll need to learn control. That pressure you exerted, you knocked out civilians." "I'll work on it," Izuku said, glancing at Bakugo, who stared back with a complex expression, anger, humiliation, and something resembling acceptance. As he walked away, Izuku failed to notice a gaunt, skeletal man watching from the shadows, blue eyes gleaming with interest. That night, Izuku increased his training regimen. UA's entrance exam was less than a year away. If he wanted to be the strongest hero, he would need to master every aspect of his quirk. He would become unstoppable. The day of UA, his entrance exam arrived with clear skies and a charged atmosphere. Hundreds of hopeful students gathered outside the prestigious academy, nervously comparing quirks and strategies. Izuku stood apart, silently assessing the competition. At 15, he'd grown to nearly 6 feet tall, his frame solid with lean muscle, green hair cropped short for practicality. As he walked toward the entrance, he accidentally bumped shoulders with a girl with round cheeks and an anxious expression. "Sorry," she stammered, looking up at him with wide eyes. "I wasn't watching where." "No harm done," Izuku replied evenly. "Good luck with the exam." He continued walking, missing her surprised expression at his directness. Entering the auditorium, he found a seat away from the main clusters of students, though he couldn't avoid noticing Bakugo several rows ahead. They hadn't spoken since the sludge incident, maintaining an unspoken agreement to keep their distance. Present Mike's explanation of the practical exam drew Izuku's full attention. Robots worth different point values, a 10-minute time limit, urban combat simulation. Simple enough. When a tall student with glasses interrupted to question a discrepancy on the handout, Izuku studied him carefully. Earnest, rule-following type. Possibly dangerous in a structured environment, less so in chaos. As they boarded buses to the testing grounds, Izuku mentally inventoried what materials would likely be available. Concrete, asphalt, steel from buildings, and the robots themselves. More than enough to work with. At the starting gate, he rolled his shoulders, reaching out with his senses to feel the composition of the surroundings. The massive doors swung open, and Present Mike's voice boomed, "Start!" While other examinees hesitated, Izuku was already moving. As he ran into the mock city, he extended his awareness, mapping the locations of robots and building materials simultaneously. A three-pointer rounded the corner ahead, mechanical limbs whirring as it targeted him. Izuku didn't break stride. The pavement beneath the robot liquefied, concrete and rebar disassembling into component parts before wrapping around the machine like metallic tentacles. With a gesture, he compressed the materials, crushing the robot into a dense sphere of metal and circuitry. Rather than leaving the remains, Izuku kept the sphere floating beside him as he continued forward. Two one-pointers appeared, weapons deployed. The compressed robot shot forward at his command, smashing through both machines before returning to orbit around him like a satellite. "What the hell?" a nearby examinee gasped, watching as Izuku accumulated more and more material with each robot he destroyed, his floating arsenal growing increasingly formidable. By the 5-minute mark, Izuku had amassed a swirling cloud of components harvested from both destroyed robots and sections of buildings. A group of two-pointers converged on his position, only to be met by a barrage of projectiles that shredded their armor with surgical precision. 7 minutes in, having secured well over the points needed to pass, Izuku sensed a tremor in the ground. The zero-pointer, a massive machine the size of a building, emerged from between skyscrapers, sending examinees fleeing in terror. Izuku stood his ground, assessing the behemoth. A test of judgment, Present Mike had said. Most candidates were running away, but Izuku saw an opportunity to demonstrate the full extent of his abilities. Closing his eyes, he pulled all his collected materials toward him. Metal, concrete, wiring, and circuitry swirled faster and faster, while assembling into a humanoid exoskeleton that encased his body. Standing 20 feet tall, the construct mirrored his movements perfectly, as he rolled mechanical shoulders and flexed articulated fingers. The zero-pointer registered him as a threat, charging forward with surprising speed for its size. Izuku moved to meet it, his construct's legs crushing the pavement with each step. They collided with a thunderous impact that shook the entire testing ground. For a moment, they seemed evenly matched, the zero-pointer's factory-built strength against Izuku's improvised war machine. Then Izuku smiled. The construct's chest opened, revealing a massive cannon assembled from the weapons systems of dozens of destroyed robots. The blast took off the zero-pointer's head in a single shot. As the enormous machine toppled backward, Izuku didn't wait to admire his handiwork. He sensed something beneath the falling robot, the round-faced girl from earlier, trapped under debris, directly in the path of the collapsing behemoth. His construct disassembled instantly, materials flowing like liquid to form a protective dome over the girl, while simultaneously creating supports to halt the zero-pointer's fall. With precise control, he extracted her from the rubble, the metal of his construct forming a gentle cradle that carried her to safety. "Are you hurt?" he asked, materializing beside her as his construct deposited her on stable ground. She stared up at him, brown eyes wide with awe. No, I'm okay. That was amazing. Your quirk is incredible." Izuku nodded. "You should be more careful. That thing may be worth 0 points, but it can still kill you." Before she could respond, Present Mike's voice announced the end of the exam. Izuku's construct dissolved, all materials returning to roughly their original positions, though the zero-pointer remained decidedly non-functional. As the examinees gathered to exit, Izuku noticed the spectator stands where UA staff had been watching. He met the gaze of a small figure with a scar under one eye. Recovery girl, if he remembered correctly. She nodded slightly, an acknowledgement of what she'd witnessed. Next to her stood a skeletal man with sunken blue eyes whom Izuku didn't recognize, watching him with an intensity that suggested more than casual interest. Bakugo fell into step beside him as they walked toward the exit. Overkill much, Midoriya? Effective is never overkill, Izuku replied. How many did you get? 77 combat points, Bakugo said with a hint of pride. You? I lost count after 85. Bakugo's eye twitched, but he managed a stiff nod. See you at UA then? It wasn't friendship, but it was something like respect. As Izuku walked away, he knew with absolute certainty that his journey was just beginning. The acceptance letter arrived a week later. Izuku sat in his room, his mother hovering anxiously in the doorway as he opened the envelope. A small projector disc fell out, activating to display the imposing figure of All Might. I am here as a projection, the symbol of peace announced with characteristic enthusiasm. Young Midoriya, I have the honor of informing you of your exam results. Izuku leaned forward, eyes intent. He'd expected to pass, but All Might's involvement was unexpected. Your performance was nothing short of extraordinary. 87 villain points places you at the top of the combat rankings, but that's not all. All Might's smile somehow widened further. The UA entrance exam also rewards heroic actions with rescue points, assessed by a panel of judges. Your protection of another examinee earned you 60 rescue points for a total of 147 points, the highest score in UA history. Inko gasped behind him, hands covering her mouth. All Might continued, his expression becoming more serious. Young man, your quirk demonstrates power rarely seen in one so young. With great power comes great responsibility, a lesson I hope UA will help you fully understand. We expect great things from you, Midoriya. Welcome to your hero academia. The projection flickered off. Izuku closed his hand around the disc, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I did it, Mom. Inko rushed forward, wrapping her arms around him. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. Just promise me you'll be careful. He returned the embrace, the only person who ever saw his gentler side. I will. I promise. Later that evening, Izuku stood on his balcony, looking out over Musutafu. In the distance, he could just make out UA's main building silhouetted against the setting sun. He extended his hand, feeling the composition of the metal railing beneath his fingers, the concrete of the building, the glass in the windows. Everything around him was a potential tool, a weapon, an extension of his will. With each passing year, his range and precision had improved. He could now affect materials nearly 50 meters away, disassembling and reassembling with mere thoughts. The quirk apprehension test would be his first chance to properly measure himself against his new classmates. He intended to leave no doubt about where he stood in the hierarchy. On the first day of classes, Izuku arrived early at UA's imposing gates. The campus was quiet, most students not due for another half hour. He preferred it this way. Time to familiarize himself with the environment, to feel out the composition of the buildings and grounds. As he walked toward Class 1A, he sensed someone watching him. Turning, he found himself facing a disheveled man with long black hair and a capture scarf wrapped around his neck. Midoriya Izuku, the man said, his bloodshot eyes studying him intently. I'm Aizawa Shota, your homeroom teacher. Sir, Izuku acknowledged with a respectful nod. Something about this man commanded his attention. Not power in the conventional sense, but a dangerous competence. Your entrance exam performance was impressive, Aizawa continued, but destructive. At UA, you'll learn that being a hero isn't just about raw power. With respect, sir, overwhelming power solves most problems efficiently. Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly. We'll see. Today's quirk apprehension test should be illuminating. With that cryptic statement, he turned and walked away, his capture scarf trailing behind him. By the time other students began arriving, Izuku had seated himself at a desk near the back of the classroom, observing as his classmates filtered in. He recognized a few. The round-faced girl he'd saved, the serious boy with glasses who'd questioned Present Mike, and of course, Bakugo, who took a seat near the front without acknowledging him. When Aizawa entered, silencing the excited chatter with his mere presence, Izuku felt a grudging respect for the pro hero's control of the room. "Put these on and meet me at the PE grounds," Aizawa instructed, indicating a pile of gym uniforms. "Don't waste time." The quirk apprehension test was straightforward, a series of physical challenges designed to gauge their quirk's practical applications. As Aizawa explained the rules, adding that the lowest scoring student would be expelled, Izuku studied the equipment laid out for the tests. Standard items: softball, measuring tape, timer, hurdles, all manipulable. When Bakugo demonstrated the softball throw, launching it with an explosive blast that sent it 705, 2 meters, excited murmurs rippled through the class. Izuku merely watched, calculating. "Midoriya," Aizawa called, "you're up." Stepping into the circle, Izuku hefted the softball, feeling its composition, synthetic materials, carefully weighted. He could simply disassemble it and send the particles flying. But that would be cheating the spirit of the test. Instead, he drew materials from the ground around him, forming a mechanical arm extension that mounted to his shoulder. As he wound up to throw, he channeled his pseudo-haki into the construct, reinforcing it with invisible energy. The throw was perfect, the mechanical arm providing leverage while his quirk's pressure field accelerated the ball further. The softball disappeared into the sky, a tiny speck that continued until Aizawa's measuring device lost track at 1,253, 7 meters. Silence fell over the class. Even Aizawa looked momentarily surprised before his expression returned to its usual apathy. "Efficient use of your environment," he commented. "Next test." Throughout the remaining trials, Izuku demonstrated the versatility of material dominion. For the long jump, he created springboard platforms. For the grip strength test, he reinforced his hand with a metal exoskeleton. The 50-meter dash saw him generating propulsion systems that launched him across the finish line in 2.31 seconds. By the end, it was clear to everyone that Izuku operated on a different level. When Aizawa displayed the final rankings, Midoriya Izuku stood firmly at the top, with Yaoyorozu Momo and Todoroki Shoto completing the top 3. Bakugo placed 4th, glared at the board with barely contained fury. "By the way," Aizawa said as the rankings appeared, "I lied about expelling someone. It was a logical ruse to draw out your full potential." A girl with long, dark hair, Yaoyorozu, spoke up. "I suspected as much. It didn't make pedagogical sense." As they walked back to change, Izuku found himself approached by several classmates, curious about his quirk. "That was amazing, Midoriya-kun," the round-faced girl, Uraraka Ochako, she'd introduced herself, exclaimed. "Your quirk is so versatile." "Material dominion," he explained simply. "I can disassemble and reassemble non-living materials." "Like my creation," Yaoyorozu noted, "but working with existing materials instead of generating new ones." Izuku nodded. Similar principle, different execution. The tall, serious student Ida Tenya chopped his hand through the air robotically. "Such precision control, truly befitting a UA student. I am Ida Tenya from Sumei Private Academy," Izuku finished for him. "I researched all the students who stood out during the entrance exam." Ida blinked in surprise before nodding approvingly. "Thorough preparation, as expected of the top scorer." As they returned to the classroom, Izuku noticed a boy with dual-colored hair watching him with mismatched eyes. Todoroki Shoto, son of the number 2 hero Endeavor. Unlike the others, Todoroki made no attempt to approach him, maintaining a cold distance that Izuku recognized as wariness. Smart, Izuku thought. In another life, they might have been primary rivals. Here, Todoroki seemed to recognize that challenging Izuku directly would be unwise. Later, as classes ended and students gathered their things to leave, Bakugo finally approached, blocking Izuku's path to the door. "Don't think this means anything, Midoriya," he growled, though his usual explosive anger seemed tempered. "I'll surpass you." Izuku met his gaze evenly. "You're welcome to try, Bakugo." The explosive boy stared at him for a long moment before stepping aside. It wasn't surrender. Bakugo would never surrender, but it was an acknowledgement of reality. For now, at least, the hierarchy was established. As Izuku walked home that evening, he reflected on his new classmates. Potentially valuable allies, each with unique abilities that complemented his own. He'd need to study them further, understand their strengths and weaknesses. Tomorrow would bring the battle trial, an opportunity to demonstrate his combat capabilities. He looked forward to it. All Might's booming laughter echoed through the monitoring room as Class 1A gathered for their first practical hero training. The symbol of peace, resplendent in his Silver Age costume, explained the battle trial with characteristic enthusiasm. Heroes versus villains, 2-on-2 indoor combat. When the lots were drawn, Izuku found himself paired with Uraraka as the hero team, facing Bakugo and Ida as villains. A matchup clearly designed to test him against the second highest combat scorer from the entrance exam. Man, Bakugo looks ready to murder someone, whispered Kirishima, a red-haired boy with a hardening quirk, as they watched the explosive student stomp away to prepare. He's always like that, Izuku replied, studying the building schematics they'd been provided. 5 floors, multiple rooms, reinforced concrete construction with steel supports. Plenty to work with. Uraraka approached nervously. Midoriya-kun, do you have a plan? Bakugo-kun seems really focused on fighting you. Let him come, Izuku said, rolling his shoulders. Your zero gravity will be crucial for the actual objective. When we enter, I'll engage Bakugo and keep him occupied. You find the weapon and secure it. Are you sure? Bakugo-kun seems really strong. Izuku looked at her directly. I can handle Bakugo. Focus on the mission. As they waited for their turn, Izuku materialized small structures from his costume's metal components, creating and dismantling complex shapes to warm up his quirk. The other students watched with fascination as gears, springs, and miniature machines formed and dissolved between his fingers. When their time came, All Might's voice thundered through the speakers. Hero team, enter the building. Inside, the building was eerily quiet. Izuku extended his senses, feeling the composition of the walls and floors, mapping structural supports and potential materials. He could detect movement on the 4th floor, likely Ida guarding the weapon. Bakugo's location remained elusive. He'll come to us, Izuku murmured to Uraraka. 4th floor, northwest corner. That's where the weapon is. When Bakugo appears, continue upward while I keep him busy. They'd barely reached the 2nd floor when an explosion rocked the corridor ahead. Bakugo emerged from the smoke, his costume's grenade-like gauntlets gleaming. Midoriya, he roared, palms sparking. I've been waiting for this. Izuku stepped forward, placing himself between Bakugo and Uraraka. Go, he said quietly to his partner. I've got this. As Uraraka slipped away toward the stairs, Bakugo launched himself forward with an explosive blast, right hand cocked back for his signature right hook. Don't underestimate me. The attack never landed. Midway through his charge, Bakugo found himself suddenly entangled in metal strips that had peeled away from the walls, wrapping around his limbs and restraining his movement. He struggled furiously, using explosions to free himself, only for more metal to replace what he destroyed. Is this all you've got, Bakugo? Izuku asked calmly, standing with hands at his sides, not even in a fighting stance. Predictable attacks, no strategy beyond hit hard? Shut up! Bakugo roared, his rage building as he blasted free of the restraints with a massive explosion that shook the building. Fight me properly, you bastard! Izuku nodded slightly. If that's what you want. The floor beneath Bakugo liquefied, concrete and rebar disassembling and flowing upward to form a humanoid construct around Izuku's body. Standing 8 feet tall, the improvised armor mirrored his movements perfectly as he raised reinforced fists. Let's see what you can do against someone who can actually fight back. Bakugo's eyes widened momentarily before narrowing with determination. He launched forward with a spinning attack, explosions propelling him like a human tornado. Howitzer impact! Izuku met the attack head-on, his construct's fist connecting with Bakugo's explosive charge. The resulting shockwave blew out windows across the floor, dust and debris filling the air. Through the monitoring room, students watched in awe as the two powerhouses clashed. Bakugo fought with desperate fury, each explosion more powerful than the last. Izuku responded with methodical precision, his construct regenerating damage instantly while landing calculated blows that gradually wore down his opponent. Young Bakugo fights with passion, All Might commented, but young Midoriya fights with purpose. Observe how he minimizes structural damage while keeping his opponent contained. Indeed, despite the ferocity of their battle, Izuku was carefully controlling the conflict zone, preventing Bakugo's explosions from damaging critical supports or threatening other floors. When Bakugo attempted to use his gauntlet's stored sweat for a massive blast, Izuku simply disassembled the weapon component before it could fire. That's cheating! Bakugo shouted, infuriated by the neutralization of his trump card. It's resource denial, Izuku corrected, his construct's arm extending to grab Bakugo by the throat and pin him against a wall. Basic strategy. In the monitoring room, All Might leaned forward, concerned by the escalating violence. Young Midoriya is being rather thorough. Should we stop it? Midnight asked, watching as Bakugo struggled against the implacable grip. All Might hesitated, then shook his head. Not yet. This is an important lesson for both of them. Back in the battle building, Izuku released Bakugo, stepping back as his construct dissolved. You're strong, Bakugo, probably the second strongest in our class, but you rely too much on raw power and intimidation. Bakugo, wheezing but still defiant, glared up at him. Don't you dare pity me, Midoriya. It's not pity. It's assessment. Izuku turned as his earpiece crackled to life with Uraraka's voice. Midoriya-kun, I've secured the weapon. We won. All Might's announcement confirmed it. The hero team wins. As they regrouped in the monitoring room, Izuku stood silently while their classmates dissected the battle. Yaoyorozu provided a detailed tactical analysis, Kirishima praised both combatants' manliness, and Asui bluntly noted that Bakugo never stood a chance. Bakugo himself stood apart, hands shoved in his pockets, unusually quiet. When All Might named Izuku as the MVP for the exercise, the explosive boy didn't even protest. Young Midoriya demonstrated excellent quirk control, strategic thinking, and mission focus, All Might explained. While his methods were perhaps more forceful than necessary, he protected his teammate while ensuring minimal collateral damage. As the class continued, other teams showcased their abilities. Todoroki particularly impressed by instantly freezing an entire building, securing victory in seconds. Izuku observed each match carefully, cataloging quirks and fighting styles for future reference. When classes ended for the day, Izuku found himself surrounded by classmates eager to discuss his performance. That armor thing was so cool, Kaminari exclaimed. Can you make it any size? Theoretically, yes, Izuku answered. The limit is available material and structural integrity. Your control is impressive, Yaoyorozu noted. Have you studied engineering? Self-taught. Understanding material properties is essential for my quirk. As the group dispersed, Izuku noticed All Might watching him from the doorway. The symbol of peace gestured for him to approach. Young Midoriya, a moment of your time? Izuku followed the hero to an empty classroom, curious about what the number one hero wanted to discuss. Your quirk is exceptionally powerful, All Might began once they were alone. One of the strongest I've seen in a student your age. Thank you, sir. But power alone doesn't make a hero. All Might's permanent smile somehow conveyed seriousness. I noticed how you handled young Bakugo today. Efficient, yes, but perhaps lacking in restraint. Izuku considered this. I gave him exactly what he wanted, a serious fight. Anything less would have been disrespectful. Perhaps, but a true hero must sometimes show mercy even to those who don't ask for it. All Might placed a massive hand on Izuku's shoulder. Your strength is remarkable, young man. Learning when not to use it will be your greatest challenge. The conversation left Izuku thoughtful as he walked home that evening. All Might's words resonated with something his mother often told him, that true strength lay in control, not merely power. He would consider it. After all, if he intended to surpass even the symbol of peace someday, he would need to understand every aspect of heroism. The next major test came sooner than anyone expected. What should have been a routine rescue training exercise at the Unforeseen Simulation Joint Facility turned into Class 1A's first real villain encounter. As the class gathered at the USJ's Central Plaza, listening to Space Hero 13's lecture on quirk responsibility, Izuku sensed a disturbance. A strange warping in the air near the fountain drew his attention seconds before a dark portal materialized. Stay back! Aizawa ordered sharply as figures began emerging from the mist. Those are villains. Izuku assessed the situation instantly. Dozens of villains poured through the portal, led by a pale man covered in disembodied hands and a towering black creature with an exposed brain. The warp gate itself seemed sentient, yellow eyes gleaming within the dark mist. 13. Protect the students, Aizawa commanded, pulling his capture scarf tight. I'll handle this. Alone? Midoriya questioned, stepping forward. There are too many. This is what pros do, Midoriya. Aizawa, now Eraserhead, leapt into action, his capture weapon whipping through the air as he engaged multiple villains simultaneously. Izuku watched with grudging respect as their teacher demonstrated why he was a pro hero despite his seemingly non-combat quirk. Still, the odds were overwhelming. When the mist villain, introducing himself as Kurogiri, surrounded the students, 13's attempt to use Black Hole was countered, leaving the space hero severely injured. In the chaos that followed, students were scattered through warp gates to different areas of the facility. Izuku found himself transported to the landslide zone alongside Todoroki. Without speaking, they immediately positioned themselves back to back as villains closed in around them. "I'll handle this," Todoroki said coldly, ice spreading from his right side. "By all means," Izuku replied, sensing the composition of the artificial environment. Concrete disguised as rock, reinforced with steel supports. Perfect. Todoroki's ice flash froze several villains instantly, their bodies encased up to their necks. "You didn't need to be transported with me. I'm perfectly capable of..." His words cut off as he watched Izuku extend both hands, the entire landscape trembling in response. The artificial rock face disassembled, component materials flowing like liquid to form a massive humanoid construct around Izuku's body. Standing 20 feet tall, the stone golem dwarfed the remaining villains, who backed away in terror. What the hell is he?" one villain gasped. "That's not what we were told. The intel said these were just students." Izuku's voice echoed from within the construct, unnaturally deep. "You made a mistake coming here today." What followed wasn't a battle so much as a methodical cleanup operation. Izuku moved with devastating efficiency, capturing villains in stone hands or knocking them unconscious with precisely calculated force. Todoroki watched with narrowed eyes, his own ice spreading to secure those Izuku incapacitated. "We need to regroup with the others," Izuku said once the landslide zone was cleared. "The real threats are at the central plaza." Todoroki nodded stiffly. "Your quirk, it's not just material manipulation, is it? There's something else." "Perceptive," Izuku acknowledged. "My quirk has multiple facets. Now's not the time to discuss it." They moved quickly through the facility, encountering and neutralizing small groups of villains along the way. Near the flood zone, they found Asui and Mineta, who had managed to evade capture. "Midoriya-chan, Todoroki-chan," Asui called, her large eyes widening at the sight of Izuku's stone construct. "What is that ribbit?" "Efficient villain management," Izuku replied. "What's the situation at the plaza?" "Not good," Asui reported. "Aizawa-sensei is fighting alone against too many villains, including their leader and some kind of monster they called Nomu." As they approached the central area, they witnessed Aizawa being brutally overpowered by the bird-headed creature. The pro-hero's arm bent at an unnatural angle as the Nomu slammed his face into the concrete. "We need to help him," Mineta whimpered, though he made no move to advance. "Todoroki, extraction," Izuku ordered. "Get Aizawa out while I engage the Nomu." Before Todoroki could protest, Izuku's construct surged forward, crossing the plaza in massive strides. The hand-covered villain, Shigaraki, turned in surprise. "What's this? A player using cheat codes?" he rasped, scratching his neck compulsively. "Nomu, new target." The black creature released Aizawa's broken form, allowing Todoroki to create an ice slide that pulled the unconscious teacher to safety. Then the Nomu charged, moving with impossible speed despite its massive size. The impact when they collided shook the entire facility. Izuku's stone construct cracked but held as the Nomu's fist connected with its chest. Through the material link, Izuku felt the creature's unnatural strength, far beyond what its muscular frame suggested. "Shock absorption and super strength," Izuku muttered, analyzing as he fought. "Possibly regeneration based on its exposed brain structure." He disassembled parts of his construct, reassembling them into reinforced limbs better suited for combat. As they exchanged blows, Izuku realized the Nomu was designed for a specific purpose, to fight someone with overwhelming physical strength, someone like All Might. "Fascinating, isn't he?" Shigaraki called, watching the battle with childlike glee. "Bioengineered to kill the symbol of peace. His shock absorption can handle anything you throw at him." Izuku didn't respond verbally. Instead, he changed tactics. If the Nomu could absorb physical impacts, he would try something different. The construct's arms liquefied, flowing around the Nomu like quicksand, enveloping it completely in a concrete cocoon. Shock absorption doesn't help if there's nothing to absorb, Izuku stated flatly, compressing the material tighter and tighter. For a moment, it seemed to work. The Nomu's movements slowed as the pressure increased. Then, with a roar that sounded more animal than human, the creature burst free, concrete shards flying in all directions. Nice try, kid, Shigaraki laughed. But Nomu was made to handle the strongest hero. Did you really think? The doors of the USJ burst open with explosive force, interrupting Shigaraki mid-sentence. A familiar voice boomed across the facility. Have no fear. Why? Because I am here. All Might had arrived, his perpetual smile replaced by a grim expression that promised retribution. The symbol of peace took in the scene. Injured students, Aizawa's broken form, and Izuku facing down the Nomu in his damaged construct. Young Midoriya, you've done well, All Might said, stepping forward, but this is my fight now. Izuku hesitated, analyzing the situation. All Might looked diminished somehow, not as robust as his public appearances. Something was wrong. All Might, the Nomu was designed specifically to counter your strength, he warned. It has shock absorption and possibly regeneration. Thank you for the intel, young man. Now please, get to safety with your classmates. Reluctantly, Izuku withdrew, his construct dissolving as he rejoined Todoroki and the others at a safer distance. They watched as All Might engaged the Nomu in a battle that defied comprehension, moving so fast they appeared as blurs, each impact creating shockwaves that rippled through the facility. He's incredible, Asui murmured. Izuku watched with narrowed eyes, noting how All Might seemed to be straining more than usual, his movements slightly less fluid than in video footage. The Nomu was genuinely challenging him. When All Might finally defeated the creature with a devastating series of punches that overcame its shock absorption through sheer force, sending it flying through the USJ's dome, Izuku recognized the cost. The symbol of peace stood victorious, but visibly exhausted. Shigaraki, realizing his trump card had failed, began scratching his neck furiously. No fair, no fair, he cheated. As the hand-covered villain lunged toward All Might, Izuku reacted instinctively. The floor beneath Shigaraki disassembled, concrete flowing up to restrain him before he could reach the exhausted hero. Enough, Izuku stated flatly, walking forward as other pro-heroes finally arrived to secure the facility. Your plan failed. It's over. Kurogiri, the mist villain, materialized beside his trapped comrade. Tamura Shigaraki, we must retreat. Before anyone could stop them, the warp gate enveloped Shigaraki, freeing him from Izuku's concrete restraints, and both villains disappeared. In the aftermath, as medical teams tended to the injured and police secured captured villains, Izuku found himself approached by All Might, now somehow reverted to a skeletal, gaunt form that bore little resemblance to the symbol of peace. Young Midoriya, the emaciated man said in All Might's voice, I owe you my thanks. Your quick action may have saved my life. Izuku stared, processing this revelation. You're All Might? This is my true form, he confirmed, gesturing to his wasted body. An old injury has limited my hero time. I can only maintain my muscle form for about 3 hours daily now. Why are you telling me this? Because you showed exceptional judgment today. When your classmates were scattered, you maintained focus. When faced with a superior enemy, you analyzed its weaknesses. When I was vulnerable, you acted to protect me without hesitation. All Might coughed, wiping a trickle of blood from his mouth. These are the qualities of a true hero. Izuku absorbed this information, recalibrating his understanding of the hero world. If even All Might had such a critical weakness, your secret is safe with me, he finally said. But I have questions. All Might nodded. Another time, young man. For now, let's ensure everyone gets the medical attention they need. As they rejoined the others, Izuku caught Todoroki watching him with calculating eyes. The dual quirk user had witnessed his battle with the Nomu, had seen the full extent of his abilities. The half-cold, half-hot user nodded slightly, an acknowledgement between equals. The USJ incident changed things. What had been academic training suddenly became deadly serious. The League of Villains had targeted UA specifically, and they would likely return. Izuku would need to accelerate his development if he intended to be ready. That night, after assuring his worried mother that he was unharmed, Izuku sat at his desk reviewing the day's events. The Nomu had been bioengineered to counter All Might's specific strengths. That level of preparation suggested resources, planning, and intelligence far beyond a random villain attack. He opened his notebook, beginning a detailed analysis of the League's capabilities and potential countermeasures. If they returned, when they returned, he would be ready. The UA Sports Festival arrived in the wake of the USJ incident, a defiant statement that the prestigious hero school would not be cowed by villain attacks. For the students of Class 1A, it represented their first opportunity to showcase their abilities to the pro-hero community and the world at large. "This is your chance to be scouted," Aizawa explained, his face still partially bandaged from the USJ battle. "Take it seriously." For Izuku, the festival held strategic importance. While he had no doubts about his combat capabilities, public recognition would be crucial for his future career. Heroes needed social capital as well as raw power. The day of the festival dawned clear and bright. UA. Stadium filled with spectators eager to see the next generation of heroes in action. As Class 1A gathered in their waiting room, Izuku sat quietly, mentally preparing for the events ahead. Midoriya. Todoroki approached, his mismatched eyes intense. A word. Izuku followed him into the hallway, curious about what the usually reticent student wanted. "Objectively speaking, I'm stronger than you," Todoroki stated without preamble. "My quirk gives me versatility you lack." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" "However," Todoroki continued, frost forming around his right side, "you showed more raw power against the Nomu than I've seen from anyone our age. So I'm putting you on notice. I will defeat you today using only my right side." "Half your power?" Izuku's eyes narrowed. "That's a mistake. My left side is my father's. I refuse to use it." "Your quirk is your own," Izuku replied evenly. "Crippling yourself out of spite only ensures your failure." Todoroki's expression hardened. "We'll see." As they walked out to the stadium for the opening ceremony, Izuku contemplated this new rivalry. Todoroki was indeed formidable, perhaps the only student whose raw power approached his own. But the self-imposed limitation revealed a psychological weakness Izuku could exploit if necessary. The first event, an obstacle race around the stadium, began with a bottleneck at the exit tunnel. While other students jostled for position, Izuku simply extended his hands. The tunnel walls disassembled partially, materials flowing to form handholds and a propulsion system that launched him over the crowd. Midoriya takes an early lead with an impressive display of environmental manipulation. Present Mike's voice boomed through the stadium speakers. The first real obstacle, a field of robots including several zero-pointers from the entrance exam, appeared ahead. Todoroki froze the largest machines in place as he slipped past, creating an impediment for those behind him. Izuku took a different approach. As he approached the mechanical guardians, he extended his awareness, feeling their composition: steel, circuitry, hydraulics, perfect raw material. The nearest zero-pointer disassembled before his eyes, its components flowing like mercury to surround Izuku in a sleek exoskeleton that amplified his speed and strength. Using the robot's own propulsion systems reconfigured into jet boosters, he launched himself forward, overtaking Todoroki as they approached the second obstacle. "Would you look at that, folks?" Present Mike screamed with excitement. Midoriya has turned the robot into a power suit. The second obstacle, a canyon crossed by tightropes, posed no challenge. Izuku simply reconfigured his mechanical armor to form wings, soaring over the chasm while others struggled to balance. The final obstacle, a minefield, required more finesse. Landing at the field's edge, Izuku disassembled his armor into a sleek hoverboard, using the robot's sensors to detect and avoid the buried explosives. He crossed the finish line first, a full 30 seconds ahead of Todoroki, who glared at him with barely contained frustration. Bakugo arrived third, explosions still crackling from his palms as he cursed his defeat. An impressive showing from the first-year students. Midnight announced from the central platform, particularly from our top 3 finishers. The second event, a cavalry battle with point values assigned based on placement, presented a strategic challenge. Izuku, now worth 10 million points as the first-place finisher, became everyone's primary target. "Form teams of 2 to 4 members," Midnight explained. "The rider will wear your combined point total. Capture other teams' headbands while protecting your own." Unsurprisingly, Izuku found himself momentarily isolated as students hesitated to join the team everyone would target. Then Uraraka approached. determination in her round face. "Midoriya-kun, let's team up. My zero gravity could help us stay mobile." He nodded. "Good thinking. We'll need more, though." Tokoyami joined next, his dark shadow offering both offense and defense. Finally, to everyone's surprise, Mei Hatsume from the support course bounded over. "You're the one who made that awesome robot armor," she exclaimed, eyes gleaming behind her goggles. "Team up with me and I'll show you my babies." Her babies, support items she designed, provided useful additions to their strategy. With the team assembled, Izuku outlined his plan. "I'll be the rider. Uraraka, make us all weightless. Tokoyami, perimeter defense with dark shadow. Hatsume, your hover boots will give us three-dimensional mobility." "What about your quirk?" Tokoyami asked. "Will you create another construct?" Izuku shook his head. "Not immediately. They'll expect that. We'll keep it in reserve." When the cavalry battle began, every team immediately converged on them, as expected. Bakugo's team launched an aerial assault while Todoroki approached from the ground, ice spreading before him. "Now, Uraraka," Izuku commanded. She touched each team member, activating her zero gravity. Immediately, they became weightless, Hatsume's hover boots propelling them 20 feet into the air, evading the initial rush. "Clever," Todoroki muttered, adjusting his strategy. For 5 minutes, Izuku's team maintained aerial superiority, Dark Shadow batting away attempts to reach them, while Hatsume's devices provided maneuverability. But as the clock ticked down, the other teams grew more desperate. Todoroki created a massive ice ramp, launching his team upward on a direct intercept course. Simultaneously, Bakugo separated from his team, using explosions to propel himself toward Izuku's headband. "They're coordinating," Izuku noted with grudging respect. "Tokoyami, Dark Shadow can't operate well in Bakugo's light. Uraraka, release your quirk." As they dropped back to the ground, Izuku finally unleashed his quirk. The stadium floor beneath them liquefied, concrete and metal flowing upward to form a mobile fortress around the team. Mounted cannons, harmless but impressive, swiveled to track approaching teams. "What the hell?" Bakugo shouted as he bounced off the suddenly materialized structure. "That's cheating!" Support equipment created from environmental materials. Midnight ruled from her judging position. Permitted under the rules. From within their fortress, Izuku's team became untouchable. When the final horn sounded, they emerged victorious, their 10 million points intact plus several headbands Tokoyami had managed to snatch with Dark Shadow. "Team Midoriya advances to the finals," Midnight announced to thunderous applause. The tournament portion of the festival featured one-on-one battles that would ultimately determine the champion. The bracket placed Izuku on the opposite side from both Todoroki and Bakugo, meaning he would face one of them only in the finals. His first match against Shinso from General Studies proved unexpectedly challenging when the purple-haired student's brainwashing quirk momentarily took control. Only Izuku's pseudo-haki, the pressure field manifesting unconsciously when his mind was ensnared, broke the effect, allowing him to simply walk forward and push the physically unimpressive Shinso out of bounds. "His quirk is powerful," Izuku acknowledged afterward. "He should be in the hero course." The quarterfinals paired him against Tokoyami, whose Dark Shadow proved formidable, but ultimately vulnerable to the intense light Izuku created by polishing stadium materials into reflective surfaces that magnified the sun's rays. In the semifinals, he faced Ida, who had defeated Yaoyorozu through sheer speed. The class representative's Recipro Burst granted him incredible velocity, but Izuku simply liquefied the concrete beneath his feet, immobilizing him mid-sprint. "A logical counter," Ida acknowledged in defeat. "I'll need to develop strategies for unstable terrain." The final match, Izuku versus Todoroki, drew absolute silence from the packed stadium. Todoroki had defeated Bakugo in the semifinals using only his ice, though the explosive student had pushed him to his absolute limit. "Remember what I said," Izuku stated as they faced each other on the platform. "Half measures guarantee failure." Todoroki's response was a massive ice wave that threatened to engulf the entire arena. Izuku didn't dodge. Instead, he slammed his palm against the approaching ice, his quirk analyzing its composition and structure in an instant. The ice disassembled, water molecules separating and reforming behind Izuku as he walked calmly forward. With each step, Todoroki's attacks were neutralized, the ice breaking down and flowing around him like a parting sea. "Impossible," Todoroki muttered, sending larger, more complex ice formations that Izuku methodically disassembled. Your right side is reaching its limit, Izuku observed, noting the frost forming on Todoroki's skin. Use your left or lose. Your choice. I will not use his power, Todoroki growled, unleashing a final desperate ice barrage. Izuku sighed. Then this ends now. The concrete platform beneath them disassembled, flowing up around Izuku to form a humanoid construct that towered over Todoroki. With a single sweeping motion, it cleared away all ice and reached for the half-cold, half-hot user. Todoroki, pushed beyond his limit, finally erupted in flames. His left side ignited, melting the ice and sending a column of fire toward Izuku's construct. The sudden temperature change caused the concrete to crack, but Izuku simply reassembled it, incorporating the heat into his strategy. Finally, he said, his construct advancing through the flames. Now we can have a real fight. What followed was a spectacular display that had the audience on their feet. Todoroki alternated between ice and fire, creating complex attacks that would have overwhelmed any normal opponent. Izuku countered by constantly adapting his construct, using the stadium materials to reform whatever was damaged. Young Todoroki has finally embraced his full power, All Might commented from the teacher's booth. Midoriya pushed him to it. Eventually, Todoroki's stamina faltered. Unused to employing both sides simultaneously, his control slipped. Izuku seized the opening, his construct dissolving into a wave of material that swept around Todoroki, solidifying to hold him immobile from the neck down. I can't move, Todoroki acknowledged after a futile struggle. I admit defeat. Todoroki surrenders. Midoriya wins. Midnight announced, cracking her whip dramatically. The champion of the first-year UA Sports Festival is Midoriya Izuku. The award ceremony was brief. Izuku stood on the highest platform, flanked by Todoroki and Bakugo, who had defeated Ida for third place. All Might personally presented the medals. Young Midoriya, the symbol of peace, said as he hung the gold medal around Izuku's neck, "Your performance today was exemplary. Remember that with great power comes great responsibility." Izuku nodded, accepting the medal with appropriate solemnity. "I understand, sir." That evening, as he walked home with his medal carefully stored in his bag, Izuku's phone buzzed with messages from classmates congratulating him. Even Bakugo had sent a terse text. "Next time will be different." His mother welcomed him with tears and a feast of his favorite foods. "I'm so proud of you, Izuku," she said, hugging him tightly. "The whole country saw how amazing you are today." Indeed, as he checked social media, Izuku found himself trending nationwide. Pro heroes were commenting on his performance, analysts were discussing his quirks applications, and fans were already creating tribute videos. One message, however, stood out, an email from an unfamiliar address containing only a single line. "The world has seen you now. Are you prepared for what comes next?" Izuku stared at the cryptic message for a long moment before deleting it. Whether threat or warning, it changed nothing. His path remained clear. He would become the strongest hero. Nothing would stand in his way. In the weeks following the sports festival, Class 1A found their training intensified. The USJ attack had demonstrated the real dangers they might face, and UA responded by accelerating their preparation. For Izuku, the post-festival period brought unexpected attention. His inbox filled with internship offers from top heroes, agencies eager to recruit the festival champion. After careful consideration, he selected an offer from Edgeshot, the ninja hero whose precision and tactical approach aligned with his own methodical style. When internships began, students dispersed across Japan to work with their chosen mentors. Izuku reported to Edgeshot's Tokyo agency, a modernist building with traditional Japanese elements that reflected the pro hero's aesthetic. Midoriya Izuku, Edgeshot greeted him, the ninja hero's single visible eye studying him intently. "Your performance at the sports festival was impressive, raw power combined with strategic application." "Thank you, sir." "However," Edgeshot continued, folding his body in impossible ways as he moved around Izuku, "power without precision is merely destruction. This week, I will teach you to refine your control." The training that followed was unlike anything Izuku had experienced. Edgeshot challenged him to manipulate materials with microscopic precision, reassembling complex mechanisms blindfolded, creating structures with specific molecular alignments, disassembling objects while leaving certain components untouched. "Your quirk allows broad manipulation," Edge shot explained during a rare break. But true mastery lies in selective application. A surgeon's scalpel, not a wrecking ball. Izuku absorbed these lessons, pushing the boundaries of his fine control. By the third day, he could disassemble a wristwatch and reassemble it in perfect working order without looking. By the fifth, he could extract specific alloys from mixed materials without disturbing surrounding components. Nights were spent patrolling with Edgeshot, observing how the pro hero operated in the field. The ninja's emphasis on information gathering before action provided valuable contrast to Izuku's more direct approach. On the final night of his internship, Izuku's enhanced awareness detected unusual movement patterns in an industrial district they were patrolling. "Something's wrong," he murmured to Edgeshot. "4 individuals moving with purpose, but trying to avoid detection." The ninja hero nodded approvingly. "Your spatial awareness is improving. Let's investigate, quietly." They tracked the suspicious figures to an abandoned warehouse. Through a skylight, they observed a clandestine meeting, a villain with katanas strapped to his back instructing 3 others on attack formations. "That's the hero killer," Edgeshot whispered, recognizing the blade-wielding villain. "Stain. He's wanted for multiple murders of pro-heroes." Izuku studied the villain carefully. Stain's appearance was disturbing. Bandage-wrapped limbs, a mask resembling a muzzle, and eyes that reflected fanatical purpose. The hero killer was demonstrating blade techniques to his apparent disciples, movements precise and lethal. "We need backup," Edgeshot decided, reaching for his communicator. "Stain has defeated multiple pros working alone." Before he could make the call, a commotion erupted within the warehouse. A burst of flames illuminated the interior, followed by the distinctive sound of engines revving. Someone else had found Stain's hideout. "Change of plans?" Edgeshot said, his body folding into an impossibly thin shape. "We intervene now." They crashed through the skylight to find a chaotic scene. Todoroki and Ida, both supposedly on internships elsewhere, were engaged in combat with Stain. Todoroki's flames kept the hero killer at bay, while Ida lay partially paralyzed, his armor damaged and blood seeping from a wound on his shoulder. "Midoriya? Edgeshot?" Todoroki's surprise almost cost him as Stain lunged, a blade narrowly missing his throat. Edgeshot attacked immediately, his folded body weaving between Stain's blades with impossible agility. "Midoriya, secure the injured and the other villains." Izuku assessed the situation in an instant. Ida was down, likely affected by Stain's quirk, which Izuku recalled from his hero research involved paralysis through blood consumption. 3 lesser villains were retreating toward a back exit, while Todoroki maintained a defensive position, alternating ice and fire to keep Stain occupied. Decision made, Izuku extended his awareness to the warehouse structure. Steel beams, concrete flooring, abandoned machinery, abundant materials to work with. The fleeing villains found their escape route suddenly blocked as the metal door liquefied and reformed into a solid wall. "Help Ida," Todoroki called, a shield of ice barely deflecting Stain's thrown knife. His quirk paralyzes through blood contact. Izuku moved to Ida's side, kneeling to examine the class representative. "What were you thinking, confronting him alone?" "My brother," Ida managed through gritted teeth, his body rigid. "Stain crippled my brother. I had to." "Revenge," Izuku stated flatly. "Foolish." Before Ida could respond, Stain broke through Todoroki's defenses, moving with inhuman speed despite Edgeshot's interference. The hero killer seemed to recognize Izuku as the most dangerous newcomer. Blades aimed directly for his throat. Izuku didn't dodge. As Stain's katana descended, it disassembled mid-swing, the metal components separating harmlessly around Izuku before reassembling behind him. The hero killer's momentum carried him forward, off balance for a crucial moment. "Fascinating quirk," Stain remarked, recovering with unnatural grace. But a true hero wouldn't rely on such flashy abilities. "A lecture from a murderer?" Izuku replied, standing to face him directly. "Uninteresting." The warehouse floor rippled, concrete flowing upward to form an armored exoskeleton around Izuku's body. Unlike his previous constructs, this one was sleek, minimalist, designed for speed rather than raw power, incorporating Edgeshot's lessons on precision. Stain attacked again, his remaining blade a blur as he darted forward. Izuku didn't attempt to block or disassemble the weapon this time. Instead, he moved with enhanced speed, the construct amplifying his natural abilities while his pseudo-haki allowed him to sense Stain's killing intent before each strike. You're different from these two, Stain observed as they exchanged blows, his blade finding only armored material where Izuku had been moments before. Your eyes? They understand real heroism. You know nothing about me, Izuku countered, landing a precise strike that cracked two of Stain's ribs. The hero killer barely flinched, his pain tolerance inhuman. I know false heroes when I see them, Stain continued, spitting blood. Society is overrun with fakes seeking fame and money. Only All Might understands true heroism, selfless service, regardless of recognition. Something in Stain's words resonated uncomfortably with thoughts Izuku had harbored about the hero industry. He hesitated for a fraction of a second, long enough for Stain to dart past his guard, a hidden blade slicing across his cheek, drawing blood. The hero killer's tongue extended, licking the droplets from his blade. Got you. Izuku felt his body stiffen as Stain's quirk took effect. The paralysis spread rapidly, but rather than panic, he focused inward. His construct remained under his control even as his biological functions slowed. More importantly, his pseudo-haki, the pressure field that manifested his will, remained unaffected. As Stain moved in for what he believed would be a finishing blow, the pressure around Izuku intensified. The hero killer faltered mid-step, eyes widening as the invisible force pressed against him. Impossible, Stain muttered. My blood quirk is absolute. Izuku's construct moved despite his physical paralysis, hand closing around Stain's throat and lifting him off the ground. Your quirk affects the body, Izuku stated, his voice emerging from the construct rather than his paralyzed vocal cords. My will exists beyond physical limitations. Edgeshot, who had secured the other villains, watched with fascination as Izuku maintained control despite Stain's quirk. Remarkable adaptation, the ninja hero commented. But we need him alive for questioning. The warehouse walls trembled as Izuku's pressure field intensified. Stain struggled in the construct's grip, his face turning purple, before Izuku finally moderated his hold, allowing the villain to breathe. Your ideology is flawed, Izuku told Stain as his paralysis began to fade. True heroism isn't defined by purity of motive alone, but by results. A hero who saves lives for fame still saves lives. Stain glared defiantly. Compromise is the first step toward corruption. And absolutism is the path to fanaticism, Izuku countered. His construct releasing Stain as Edgeshot's elongated form wrapped around the villain, securing him properly. With the hero killer and his disciples captured, attention turned to Ida, whose injuries required immediate medical attention. As Todoroki used his ice to slow the bleeding, police and additional heroes arrived to secure the scene. Later, at the hospital, Izuku sat silently as the chief of police reprimanded all 3 students for unauthorized quirk usage. You should be facing serious consequences, the police chief explained, but given the circumstances and Edgeshot's testimony that you were acting under his supervision, we're treating this as an extension of your internship activities. Ida bowed deeply from his hospital bed. I take full responsibility. I sought out Stain for personal revenge, endangering myself and my classmates. A mistake you won't repeat, Izuku stated, not a question but a command. No, Ida agreed, looking genuinely chastened. Never again. After the police departed, Todoroki turned to Izuku. How did you resist Stain's quirk? Once he tastes your blood, paralysis should be guaranteed. Izuku considered how much to reveal. My quirk has aspects beyond material manipulation, something like an energy field that maintains my will even when my body is compromised. Similar to how you broke Shinso's brainwashing at the sports festival, Todoroki noted perceptively. 2 separate quirks? 1 quirk, multiple facets, Izuku corrected. The full extent is still developing. The conversation was interrupted by a text message on all their phones, a group alert from Yaoyorozu. Have you seen the news? The Stain video is everywhere. Despite police attempts to control information, footage of their battle with the hero killer had leaked online. Someone, likely one of Stain's disciples before being captured, had recorded the confrontation and uploaded it to the internet. The video, focusing particularly on Izuku's declaration about true heroism, had gone viral. This complicates things, Todoroki muttered, scanning the news reports. Indeed it did. By morning, the media had transformed what should have been a straightforward villain capture into a philosophical debate about hero society. Stain's ideology, juxtaposed with Izuku's rebuttal, sparked discussions across Japan about the nature of professional heroism. More concerning were the comment sections filling with supporters of Stain's perspective, critiquing the commercialization of heroism. Some even praised the hero killer's commitment to his principles, while condemning the corrupt system he fought against. When they returned to UA after their internships concluded, Aizawa addressed the situation directly. The Stain incident has drawn unwanted attention to UA, and to you three specifically, he explained, his bloodshot eyes fixing on Izuku, Todoroki, and Ida. While the official report credits Edgeshot with the capture, the leaked video tells a different story. Be prepared for scrutiny. Izuku accepted this with a nod. Scrutiny didn't concern him. Results spoke for themselves. What lingered, however, was the realization that Stain's warped ideology contained kernels of truth about hero society's flaws. It was something he would need to consider as he forged his own path forward. For now, though, final exams approached. Another opportunity to demonstrate his capabilities and continue his journey toward becoming the strongest hero. The practical portion of UA's final exams presented an unexpected challenge. Students paired against teachers in combat scenarios. When Aizawa announced that Izuku would face All Might alongside Bakugo, the class fell silent. Seriously? Kaminari finally exclaimed. Midoriya and Bakugo against All Might? That's just cruel. It's logical, Aizawa countered. Pairing the two strongest students against the strongest teacher tests their limits appropriately. Bakugo scowled. I don't need his help to pass. This isn't about individual achievement, Aizawa explained. The objective is to either capture your teacher using these special handcuffs or escape through the designated exit gate. Both outcomes require teamwork. As students dispersed to prepare for their respective matches, Izuku considered the implications. All Might, even with the handicap of weights designed to limit his strength, remained formidable. More challenging would be coordinating with Bakugo, whose pride often overrode tactical sense. Bakugo, Izuku called as the explosive student stalked away. We need a strategy. I have a strategy, Bakugo snapped. Beat All Might into the ground. That approach will fail. Even with weights, his strength and speed exceed ours individually. Bakugo stopped, turning to face Izuku with barely contained fury. What do you suggest then, O mighty Midoriya? Divide and control. Izuku stated simply. I'll engage directly, occupying his attention. You circle around for either the capture or the exit, depending on how the situation develops. Bakugo's fists clenched, small explosions popping between his fingers. For a moment, it seemed he would reject any plan that didn't position him as the primary combatant. Then, surprisingly, he nodded. Fine, but when I give the signal, we switch. I get my shot at him too. It was a compromise Izuku hadn't expected. Perhaps Bakugo was maturing, recognizing that victory sometimes required tactical flexibility. When their exam began, they entered an urban test site where All Might waited, his perpetual smile somehow more menacing than reassuring. Come, young heroes, the symbol of peace called, his voice booming, despite the weights visibly straining his costume. Show me your growth! Bakugo immediately moved to flank right, while Izuku stepped forward, hands extended to sense the material composition of their surroundings. Concrete, steel, glass, the mock city provided abundant resources. All Might's first attack came with blistering speed. A rush of wind pressure as he closed the distance, fist cocked back for a restraining blow. Even with weights, his movement outpaced normal human reaction time. Izuku didn't attempt to dodge. Instead, the pavement beneath him liquefied, flowing upward to form an armored shell microseconds before All Might's fist connected. The impact shattered the hastily constructed defense, but it absorbed enough force for Izuku to maintain his footing. Good instincts, All Might praised, already preparing his next attack. But not good enough. The follow-up came faster, a series of punches that demolished Izuku's defenses as quickly as he could create them. Each impact drove him backwards, concrete and steel barely slowing All Might's onslaught. Through his peripheral awareness, Izuku tracked Bakugo's movement, the explosive student using controlled blasts to maneuver silently onto a rooftop behind All Might. Good. The plan was working. Time to escalate. Izuku ceased his defensive posture, allowing All Might's next punch to connect directly with his chest. The impact sent him flying through a building wall, concrete and glass shattering around him. Young Midoriya, All Might called, concern momentarily replacing his battle focus. Are you? The entire building trembled, windows vibrating as Izuku's pressure field expanded. Dust and debris swirled as the structure disassembled around him, materials flowing like liquid to form a massive humanoid construct 30 feet tall. Within its center, Izuku stood unharmed, the earlier impact having been calculated to create this opportunity. "I'm fine." His voice echoed from the construct, amplified and resonant. "Let me show you my growth, All Might." The Colossus stepped forward, each movement shaking the ground. All Might's surprise lasted only a moment before his smile widened. "Impressive! But size isn't everything, young man." What followed was a battle that resembled a kaiju film more than a standard hero examination. All Might, despite his weights, moved with incredible speed, dodging the construct's massive fists while landing blows that chipped away at its structural integrity. Izuku countered by constantly rebuilding, incorporating new materials from surrounding buildings as needed. The city block transformed into their battlefield, structures crumbling as All Might's punches created shockwaves, and Izuku's construct reshaped the environment to its advantage. Through it all, Bakugo continued his flanking maneuver, using the destruction as cover for his approach. "Your control has improved dramatically," All Might commented as he evaded a precisely aimed strike. "But remember, heroes must minimize collateral damage. This is a training ground," Izuku replied calmly. "In a real situation, I would be more selective." As they exchanged blows, Izuku maintained awareness of Bakugo's position. The explosive student had nearly reached the optimal position for an ambush. Just a few more seconds. All Might suddenly changed tactics, leaping high above the construct's reach before descending with devastating force. "California smash!" The impact struck the construct's head, the force traveling downward to its core where Izuku stood. For a moment, his concentration wavered as the shockwave disrupted his control. The construct began to crumble, materials losing cohesion. "Now!" Bakugo shouted, launching himself from his hiding place with a massive explosion. "Howitzer impact!" The spinning attack caught All Might mid-recovery, the blast momentarily obscuring both figures in smoke and debris. When visibility cleared, Bakugo stood panting, hands still smoking, but All Might remained upright, having blocked the attack with crossed arms. "Excellent coordination," the symbol of peace praised. "But not quite." His words cut off as he realized Izuku was no longer within the disintegrating construct. While All Might had focused on Bakugo, Izuku had slipped away, moving with unexpected speed toward the exit gate. A diversion? All Might turned to pursue, only to find his legs suddenly encased in rapidly hardening concrete, courtesy of Izuku's quirk applied at distance. "Got you." Bakugo smirked, producing the capture handcuffs from his pocket. All Might's response was a flexing of his immense muscles, shattering the concrete restraint. "Not yet, young Bakugo." What followed was a brief but intense skirmish between the explosive student and the restrained but still formidable symbol of peace. Bakugo fought with everything he had, explosions growing increasingly powerful as his desperation mounted. Meanwhile, Izuku had reached the exit gate. He placed his hand on it, ready to pass through and secure their victory by escape. Then he paused, looking back at Bakugo's struggle. The explosive student was losing ground rapidly, All Might systematically dismantling his defenses. Pride prevented Bakugo from retreating toward the exit, his determination to prove himself keeping him in a fight he couldn't win. Izuku made a decision. Rather than passing through the gate, he turned back toward the battle. The ground beneath his feet disassembled, forming a platform that carried him rapidly across the battlefield. All Might had just pinned Bakugo to the ground, the explosive student struggling futilely against the hero's overwhelming strength. A valiant effort, young Bakugo, but a shadow fell over them as Izuku's platform arrived, expanding into a construct that engulfed All Might from behind. Before the symbol of peace could react, the material hardened around him, reinforced with layered composites drawn from multiple buildings. "Now, Bakugo," Izuku called, maintaining the restraint through continuous manipulation. "The cuffs!" For a moment, it seemed Bakugo might refuse out of pride. Then, with a curse, he snapped the capture cuffs around All Might's wrist. "Team Midoriya and Bakugo pass by capture!" announced the examination system. As the restraints dissolved, All Might stood, brushing debris from his costume. "Well done, both of you. Young Midoriya, you could have escaped, yet you returned. Why?" Izuku considered this. Tactical assessment. Bakugo needed assistance, and a successful capture provides more definitive victory than escape. Bullshit, Bakugo muttered, though without his usual venom. You came back because you wanted to prove you could beat him. All Might's permanent smile somehow conveyed thoughtfulness. Perhaps both are true. Regardless, your teamwork improved throughout the battle. That was the true purpose of this exercise. As they walked back to the monitoring room where other students watched, Bakugo fell into step beside Izuku. I still don't like you, he stated flatly. Noted. But Bakugo struggled visibly with what came next. Your plan worked, and you didn't have to come back. It wasn't gratitude, not exactly, but it was acknowledgement. Izuku nodded slightly. You would have done the same. Damn right I would have, Bakugo growled, though a hint of a smile crossed his face. Next time, I take point. We'll see. When final exam results were posted, Izuku and Bakugo received the highest combat scores in the class, with perfect marks for objective completion and high ratings for tactical adaptation. Their written scores, both in the top 5, secured their overall academic standing at the top of Class 1A. As summer approached, UA announced a special training camp in the mountains, an opportunity to focus intensively on quirk development away from urban distractions. For Izuku, it represented another chance to push his limits and explore the growing connection between his material manipulation and his pseudo-haki abilities. What none of them could know was that the peaceful forest setting would soon become a battlefield, as forces beyond their understanding prepared to make their move. The trip to UA's forest training camp began with an unexpected twist, the bus stopping hours from their destination, stranding Class 1A in an unfamiliar mountainous area. Welcome to the Beast's Forest, announced a woman in a cat-themed hero costume, introducing herself and her partner as the Wild Pussycats. Your actual training camp is at the base on the other side of the forest. You have 3 hours to get there, if you can survive the beasts. Before anyone could protest, the ground beneath them liquefied, not Izuku's doing, but the earth manipulation quirk of one of the pussycats. Students tumbled down the mountainside, landing roughly in the forest below. This is insane, Kaminari complained, brushing dirt from his uniform. They can't just abandon us here. It's obviously a test, Yaoyorozu reasoned, already creating navigational equipment from her quirk. They're assessing our ability to handle unexpected situations. Izuku extended his awareness, feeling the composition of the forest around them. Soil, rock, plant matter, the minerals running through the ground. Something else registered too. Large masses moving beneath the surface, approaching rapidly. Incoming, he warned, just as the earth erupted, revealing massive creatures formed from soil and rock, the beasts the pussycats had mentioned. Earth golems, Izuku analyzed, studying their composition, created and controlled through their quirk. Bakugo was already launching himself at the nearest creature, explosions blasting chunks of earth from its body. Less talking, more fighting. Class 1A mobilized quickly, quirks activating as they engaged the earthen monsters. Todoroki created ice barriers while Kirishima hardened his body for direct combat. Tokoyami's dark shadow proved particularly effective in the forest shade. Izuku observed for a moment, noting that while damaged, the earth beasts simply reformed, drawing materials from the ground to regenerate. Conventional attacks are inefficient, he called to his classmates. They'll just reconstruct themselves. To demonstrate, he extended his hands toward the nearest beast. Instead of attacking directly, he applied his quirk to its structure, analyzing and then disrupting the cohesion of the materials. The creature didn't shatter, it simply fell apart, its components separating and returning to ordinary soil. Midoriya, how did you do that? Ida asked, his engines cooling after a series of kicks that had accomplished little against his target. Their structure is maintained by the pussycat's quirk, but it's still just earth and rock. Disrupt the structural integrity, and they lose cohesion. Yaoyorozu quickly adapted this information. Everyone, focus on destabilizing their structure rather than brute force attacks. With this strategy, they made faster progress through the forest, though the beasts continued appearing at regular intervals. Izuku noticed that the creature's composition changed as they advanced, incorporating more stone, metal ore, and even plant matter, becoming increasingly complex. They're testing our adaptability, he noted to Todoroki, who fought alongside him against a particularly resilient beast. Each wave requires new approaches. Todoroki nodded, alternating ice and fire with precise control. Your quirk gives you an advantage with these opponents. You essentially counter their creation ability. It was true. While others struggled with the ever-changing enemies, Izuku simply adjusted his approach, disassembling each new variant by understanding and then disrupting its structural properties. When they encountered beasts incorporating metal, he actually laughed. The perfect material for his own constructs. By late afternoon, exhausted but determined, Class 1A emerged from the forest to find the training facility ahead. The Pussycats awaited them alongside Aizawa and another pro-hero Izuku recognized as the Blood Hero, Vlad King. 3 hours and 45 minutes, Pixie Bob, the Earth-manipulating Pussycat, announced. Not bad for first years. My Earth beasts usually keep people busy much longer. They adapted quickly. Mandalay, the telepath Pussycat, agreed. Especially that one. She pointed directly at Izuku. You have an interesting quirk, young man. Countered my partner's creations perfectly. Aizawa stepped forward. Get cleaned up and fed. Real training starts tomorrow at 5 a.m. The training facility proved to be a spacious lodge with separate accommodations for boys and girls, a large dining hall, and extensive grounds equipped for quirk development. After a hearty meal prepared by the Pussycat member known as Lunch Rush, students collapsed into their beds, muscles aching from the forest trek. Morning arrived with Aizawa's distinctive logical ruse, waking them at 4:30 instead of 5, claiming punctuality was a hero's responsibility. After a quick breakfast, they gathered in a large clearing where training stations had been established. Each of you will focus on your quirk's specific weaknesses, Aizawa explained. The goal is to push beyond your current limitations through intensive, focused training. For Izuku, the assignment was complex. Midoriya, your material manipulation is already highly developed, Aizawa noted. Your limitation appears to be range and processing speed. You'll work on extending your control distance while simultaneously handling multiple complex operations. The exercise Aizawa designed was brutal. Izuku positioned at the center of a circular field with targets at varying distances, required to manipulate different materials simultaneously while avoiding obstacles thrown at him by one of the Pussycats. By midday, sweat soaked his training uniform as he maintained 4 separate material constructs at increasing distances while dodging projectiles. His current maximum effective range, about 50 meters, was being pushed to 70, then 80. Your concentration breaks at approximately 75 meters, Aizawa observed clinically, and you can maintain precise control of 3 complex structures simultaneously before performance degrades. Let's see if we can push both limits. Nearby, other students underwent their own specialized training. Bakugo submerged his hands in boiling water to increase his explosion resistance. Uraraka spun rapidly in a gyroscope to combat her nausea limit. Todoroki alternated between extreme temperature environments to improve his thermal regulation. As afternoon faded into evening, Izuku reached a breakthrough. Rather than fighting the distance limitation directly, he discovered he could establish material relay points, structures that extended his effective range by functioning as amplifiers for his quirk's influence. Interesting adaptation, Aizawa commented, watching as Izuku demonstrated control of objects nearly 100 meters away using strategically placed relay constructs. You're creating a network rather than forcing a linear range increase. It's more efficient, Izuku explained, maintaining 4 complex operations simultaneously. Material properties conduct my quirk's influence if properly aligned. Aizawa nodded, making notes. Continue developing this approach. Tomorrow we'll test its practical applications in combat scenarios. That evening, as students soaked in the hot springs to ease their aching muscles, conversations centered on their progress and the harsh but effective training regimen. Izuku sat slightly apart, mentally reviewing the day's discoveries. Todoroki settled beside him, steam rising from where his cooled right side met the hot water. Your quirk evolved today, he observed. Those relay structures, they're a significant advancement. Izuku nodded. Your temperature regulation has improved too. You maintained your flames for nearly 30 minutes continuously. Still not enough, Todoroki replied, unconsciously flexing his left hand. Since our fight at the sports festival, I've been trying to overcome years of deliberate neglect. My left side is still weaker than it should be. Train both sides equally from now on, Izuku advised. The past is irrelevant. Only future potential matters. Their conversation was interrupted by Kirishima's enthusiastic cannonball into the spring, sending water splashing over everyone. The resulting chaos, Bakugo's explosive retaliation, Kaminari's unfortunate electrical discharge in water, Mineta's attempted peeping, and Ida's robotic reprimand, provided welcome comic relief after the day's intensity. The second day of training built upon the first, with Aizawa incorporating combat scenarios to test their developing abilities. Izuku's relay system proved valuable in coordinated exercises, allowing him to control materials at unprecedented distances while maintaining situational awareness closer to his position. On the third night, students participated in a test of courage through the forest. Paired teams navigating a darkened trail while other students attempted to scare them at designated points. Izuku, partnered with Tokoyami, found the exercise trivial compared to their training, though Dark Shadow's increased power in darkness provided interesting tactical possibilities. It was during this activity that disaster struck. Izuku's enhanced awareness detected them first, multiple unfamiliar presences moving through the forest with deliberate stealth, approaching from multiple directions. A heartbeat later, his suspicions were confirmed as blue flames erupted in the distance, igniting the forest canopy. "Tokoyami," he said quietly, placing a hand on the bird-headed student's shoulder. "We're under attack. Villain infiltration." Tokoyami's eyes widened, Dark Shadow stirring anxiously around him. "Are you certain?" Before Izuku could respond, Mandalay's telepathic message reached everyone. "Attention all students! The training camp is under villain attack! Return to the facility immediately. Permission to use quirks for self-defense is granted." Chaos erupted as students scattered, some running toward the lodge while others, caught deeper in the forest, sought cover or defensive positions. The night illuminated with quirk activations, explosions, ice formations, and electrical discharges marking student positions. Izuku assessed their situation clinically. "The lodge is too far. We're closer to Aizawa's position based on the training schedule. Head there while I establish a defensive perimeter." "We should stay together," Tokoyami argued, though Dark Shadow's increased agitation in the darkness complicated his control. "Your quirk is currently unstable," Izuku observed. "Find Aizawa. He can help you maintain control with Arashir if necessary." After a moment's hesitation, Tokoyami nodded and moved toward where they'd last seen their teacher. Once alone, Izuku extended his quirk awareness to maximum range, establishing relay points throughout the surrounding forest. Through this network, he detected multiple villain movements. Nearest to him, a masked figure with what appeared to be a gas-releasing quirk moved through the trees. Further away, the source of the blue flames advanced purposefully toward the lodge. Most concerning, a muscular figure with artificial skin coverings systematically tracked what appeared to be a specific student. Prioritizing immediate threats, Izuku moved silently toward the gas-releasing villain. The forest provided limited solid materials for his quirk, but he'd prepared for this. His training uniform, modified with Hatsume's help, contained metallic fibers and composite materials he could manipulate independently. When he located the gas villain, a slender figure in a full-face mask, Izuku didn't hesitate. The metal components in his uniform disassembled, reforming into razor-sharp projectiles that immobilized the villain by pinning their clothing to a tree. "Who sent you?" Izuku demanded, emerging from the shadows. "What's your objective?" The villain laughed, a sound distorted by their mask. "The League of Villains sends its regards, UA student. We've come for what Shigaraki wants." Before Izuku could press further, a telepathic message from Mandalay reached him. "Additional warning. One villain can create knockout gas. Another has a fire quirk. Most dangerous, villain called muscular targeting specific students. The gas villain used this distraction to activate their quirk, purple mist billowing from their apparatus. Izuku reacted instantly, using his material control to create a sealed helmet around his head from his uniform components. "Ineffective," he stated, approaching through the gas cloud. With a precise application of his quirk, he disassembled the villain's gas mask, rendering their delivery system useless. After securing the now unconscious villain with improvised restraints, Izuku extended his awareness through his relay network. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. Multiple students had been affected by the gas. The blue flame villain had reached the lodge perimeter. And most urgently, the muscular villain had cornered someone near the forest's eastern ridge. Decision made, Izuku moved toward the muscular villain's location, using his relay points to travel faster than running would allow, essentially pulling himself through the forest by manipulating materials along his path. He arrived to find a nightmarish scene. Kota, a young boy related to the Pussycats, cowered against a cliff face as a massive villain with exposed muscle fibers emerging from torn artificial skin loomed over him. More shocking was Bakugo, positioned protectively in front of the child, his arms bloody and one clearly broken from attempting to battle the villain. "Midoriya," Bakugo shouted, spotting him. "Get the kid out of here." The villain, muscular, presumably, turned with unnatural speed. "More UUA brats? Not who we're looking for, but I'll enjoy the warm-up." Izuku assessed the situation in milliseconds. Bakugo was severely injured but still conscious. The child was unharmed but terrified. Muscular's quirk appeared to be muscle augmentation, allowing him to generate additional muscle fibers for increased strength and speed. The villain charged, moving faster than his bulk should allow. Izuku didn't dodge. Instead, he channeled his pseudo-haki into a concentrated barrier, the invisible force field meeting Muscular's punch with equal opposition. The impact created a shockwave that cracked the cliff face behind them. Muscular's eyes widened in surprise as his attack failed to connect properly. "What the hell? Some kind of force field?" The villain grinned maniacally. "Interesting, let's see how it holds up." Muscle fibers erupted across Muscular's body, doubling his already impressive size as he launched another attack. This time, Izuku complemented his haki barrier with material reinforcement, drawing stone from the cliff to create an armored gauntlet that intercepted the villain's fist. The resulting collision pulverized the stone, but it bought Izuku enough time to counter. Using his quirk at short range, he targeted the artificial skin covering Muscular's body, disassembling it to expose the vulnerable connection points between his enhanced muscles. "Clever brat," Muscular growled, undeterred. "But I don't need skin to crush you." The villain's next attack came from multiple angles, enhanced muscles moving independently like tentacles. Izuku maintained his defensive barrier while simultaneously extracting more material from the surrounding environment. Stone, soil, and even the metal from Bakugo's gauntlets flowed toward him, assembling into a combat exoskeleton optimized for the current threat. "Bakugo," Izuku called, his voice amplified through his construct. "Take the boy and fall back to the relay point 50 meters south. Follow the metal markers." For once, Bakugo didn't argue. Clutching his broken arm, he grabbed Kota and retreated along the path Izuku had indicated, where a series of metal constructs created from Izuku's earlier quirk extension exercise provided guidance. Alone with Muscular, Izuku shifted to offensive tactics. His exoskeleton, now fully formed, matched the villain in size and raw strength. More importantly, it allowed precision targeting of the muscle fibers' connection points. "You're different from the others," Muscular observed, genuine interest in his deranged expression. "Those eyes? You actually want to fight me, don't you?" Instead of answering, Izuku attacked. His construct moved with calculated precision, each strike targeting exposed muscle junctions while his pseudo-haki reinforced the impacts. Muscular responded with brutal force, his quirk generating more and more muscle mass to compensate for the damage. The battle transformed the clearing into a crater, trees splintering and rocks pulverizing under the exchange of blows. Muscular fought with psychotic glee, relishing the challenge, while Izuku maintained clinical detachment, systematically identifying and exploiting weaknesses. "Why so serious, kid?" Muscular taunted as they grappled. "Isn't this fun? Two powerful quirks going all out." "This isn't entertainment," Izuku replied coldly. "It's pest control." The villain's laugh cut short as Izuku's construct suddenly dissolved, the materials flowing like liquid to envelope Muscular's limbs. Before he could react, the substance hardened, immobilizing him in a cocoon of stone and metal that left only his head exposed. "What the?" Muscular strained against the Wreath's muscles, bulging impossibly as he attempted to break free. The cocoon cracked but held, constantly reinforced by Izuku's quirk. Your muscle enhancement requires space to expand, Izuku explained, approaching the immobilized villain. Confined, it has nowhere to go except inward, compromising your own skeletal structure. Indeed, as Muscular continued struggling, the sound of cracking bones confirmed Izuku's analysis. The villain's own strength was being turned against him, his muscles crushing his frame within the unyielding cocoon. "You little bastard," Muscular spat, blood trickling from his mouth as internal damage accumulated. "Who the hell are you?" "Midoriya Izuku. Remember the name." With Muscular secured, Izuku extended his awareness through his relay network, assessing the broader situation. The gas villain had affected numerous students, but most had avoided capture. Aizawa and the Pussycats were engaged with other League members. Most concerning was a new development. Bakugo, despite his injuries, had been separated from Kota and was now surrounded by multiple villains near the central clearing. Leaving Muscular encased in his improvised prison, Izuku moved rapidly through the forest, using his relay points to navigate. He found Kota hiding exactly where his markers led, the boy trembling but unharmed. "Where's the explosive boy?" Izuku asked. "He saw the fire villain and went after him," Kota explained, voice shaking. "He said something about settling a score. Typical Bakugo, injured but still seeking combat." Izuku left Kota with instructions to follow the markers to the lodge, where Vlad King had established a defensive position, then continued toward the central clearing. He arrived to witness a disturbing scene. Bakugo, exhausted and injured, stood surrounded by League villains. The blue flame user, a lizard-like figure, a masked individual with multiple arms, and Shigaraki himself, hands now reduced to just one on his face. "Katsuki Bakugo," Shigaraki was saying, his raspy voice carrying in the night air. "We've come to recruit you. Your power, your aggression, they're wasted on the hero path." "Go to hell," Bakugo snarled, palms sparking despite his obvious exhaustion. "I'm going to be the #1 hero, not some pathetic villain." "Such conviction," the blue flame villain commented, azure fire dancing between his fingers. "But we're not really asking, you know?" Izuku analyzed the situation from his concealed position. Direct confrontation with so many villains while protecting an injured Bakugo presented unfavorable odds. He needed a distraction, something to separate the villains or create an extraction opportunity. Before he could implement a plan, a new complication arose. Dark mist swirled into existence. Kurogiri, the warp villain from the USJ incident. "Shigaraki, we must leave. Pro-heroes are converging on our position." "Not without our recruit," Shigaraki insisted, scratching his neck compulsively. "Compress, secure him." The masked villain, Compress, stepped forward, hands raised toward Bakugo. Izuku recognized the imminent threat and abandoned stealth for immediate action. The ground beneath the villains liquefied, stone and soil flowing upward to separate Bakugo from his captors. Simultaneously, metal from Izuku's relay markers converged on the clearing, forming projectiles that targeted Kurogiri's metal collar, the apparent center of his warp quirk. "It's the material kid," Shigaraki hissed, recognizing Izuku as he emerged from the tree line. "Dabi, compress! Priority shift! Take them both!" The blue flame villain, Dabi, responded with a massive fire blast that Izuku countered by raising a stone barrier. Compress moved with surprising agility, his hands reaching toward Bakugo with clear intent to capture. "Bakugo, down!" Izuku commanded, simultaneously sending a wave of material to intercept Compress. For once, Bakugo followed instructions instantly, dropping flat as material flowed over him. Compress's hand closed on empty air, his surprise evident even behind his mask. What followed was a chaotic exchange, Izuku controlling multiple material constructs simultaneously, while the League villains coordinated their attacks with practiced precision. Dabi's flames melted stone barriers, while the lizard villain's surprising strength shattered others. Kurogiri's warp gates complicated matters further, opening portals that redirected Izuku's attacks back toward him. Throughout the exchange, Izuku maintained focus on one objective, creating an extraction path for Bakugo. Using his relay network, he established a material corridor leading away from the clearing, simultaneously engaging all villains to prevent pursuit. "Bakugo, follow the path," he shouted, raising multiple stone walls to block Dabi's flames. The explosive student hesitated just a moment, pride warring with tactical sense, before nodding and moving toward the escape route. As he reached the corridor's entrance, however, Kurogiri's warp gate materialized directly in his path. "Not so fast," the mist villain intoned. Izuku reacted instantly, sending one of his relay constructs hurtling toward the warp gate's metal collar with precision targeting. The impact disrupted Kurogiri's form momentarily, long enough for Bakugo to pass beyond his reach. "No!" Shigaraki screamed, scratching his neck bloody. "Kurogiri, after him!" As the villains moved to pursue, Izuku implemented the second phase of his strategy. His entire relay network activated simultaneously, every marker and construct in the forest converging on his position with catastrophic force. Stone, metal, and soil from across his extended range collapsed inward, creating a massive distraction while simultaneously cutting off pursuit routes. "Damn you!" Shigaraki howled as debris rained around them. "Kurogiri, extract us now. We'll find another opportunity." As warp gates opened around the League members, Izuku maintained pressure, his quirk pushing his range to its absolute limit. When the villains finally vanished into dark portals, he allowed the material storm to subside, focusing his remaining energy on reinforcing Bakugo's escape corridor. Following the path his escaping classmate had taken, Izuku eventually found Bakugo at the forest's edge, where pro-heroes had established a perimeter. Among them stood Aizawa, his capture weapon stained with blood, and several other UA teachers who had arrived as reinforcements. "Midoriya," Aizawa acknowledged, his bloodshot eyes assessing both students' conditions. "Status report. Muscular contained on the eastern ridge. Gas villain immobilized near the central path. Bakugo targeted specifically for recruitment by the League. Multiple other villains escaped via warp gate." Aizawa nodded, the clinical delivery matching his own preference for efficiency. "Bakugo needs medical attention." "You?" Izuku performed a quick self-assessment. His quirk had been pushed to unprecedented limits. Establishing and then collapsing the relay network had drained his stamina, and maintaining multiple simultaneous operations had taxed his concentration. "Still, functional," he reported, ready to assist with recovery operations. Before Aizawa could respond, a familiar booming voice interrupted them. "That won't be necessary, young Midoriya!" All Might landed beside them, his perpetual smile somehow conveying serious intent. "The professional heroes will handle the cleanup. Both of you require medical attention and debriefing." As emergency medical technicians approached to treat Bakugo's injuries, the explosive student finally spoke, his voice uncharacteristically subdued. "Midoriya, you came back, again." Izuku met his gaze. "We're going to be heroes. That's what heroes do." For perhaps the first time in their long, complicated relationship, Bakugo offered a genuine nod of respect. "Yeah, I guess we are." The aftermath of the forest attack brought significant changes. 5 students had been injured seriously enough to require hospitalization, though thankfully none critically. The villains had escaped with their primary objectives unfulfilled. Both Bakugo and another target they'd apparently sought remained safe at UA. More concerning were the implications. The League had specifically targeted UA students, had comprehensive intelligence on their locations and quirks, and possessed resources to coordinate a complex operation. What had begun at the USJ as a seemingly impulsive attack was evolving into something far more strategic. 2 days after the forest incident, as students recovered at UA's dormitories, news broke that rocked the hero community. All Might had engaged a villain called All for One in a cataclysmic battle that leveled several city blocks. Though victorious, the symbol of peace had exhausted the last embers of his power, announcing his retirement in a televised address that left the nation stunned. Izuku watched the broadcast alongside his classmates, his expression unreadable as All Might, now permanently in his emaciated form, raised a skeletal arm to point at the camera. "You're next." The message seemed directed at the villain world, a warning that even without All Might, heroes would continue fighting. But to Izuku, it carried personal significance. With the symbol of peace stepping down, a vacuum had formed at the pinnacle of hero society. Nature abhors a vacuum. Something or someone would inevitably fill it. That evening, as his classmates processed the implications of All Might's retirement, Izuku stood on the dormitory roof, looking toward the lights of the city. His quirk had evolved significantly during the forest battle, the relay system providing unprecedented range and coordination. His pseudo-hockey abilities had strengthened as well, the pressure field maintaining integrity even against Muscular's enhanced strength. He was growing stronger. But was it enough? The door to the roof opened behind him. Turning, he found Todoroki approaching, his mismatched eyes reflecting the city lights. All Might's retirement changes everything, Todoroki stated without preamble. Izuku nodded. Society built its security on a single pillar. Now they'll learn how precarious that truly was. My father is technically the #1 hero now, Todoroki continued, frost forming unconsciously around his right hand. He's waited his entire life for this moment, but it's hollow. Everyone knows he's just filling All Might's shadow. Endeavor lacks what made All Might the symbol of peace, Izuku agreed. The absolute confidence that everything would be all right simply because he was there. They stood in silence for a moment, contemplating the transformed landscape of hero society. Finally, Todoroki spoke again, his voice unusually hesitant. During the forest attack, I saw your quirk's full range for the first time. The relay system, the material manipulation across enormous distances, the pressure field that repelled muscular. It's beyond what anyone else in our class can do. Izuku waited, sensing Todoroki was building towards something significant. All Might pointed at the camera and said, "You're next." Most people think he was addressing villains. Todoroki turned to face Izuku directly. But he was really talking to his successor, wasn't he? The person who will become the next symbol of peace. Perhaps. Midoriya, Todoroki said with uncharacteristic intensity. I think he was talking to you. The statement hung between them, heavy with implication. Izuku considered it, weighing possibilities and responsibilities. All Might's era is ending, he finally replied. What comes next won't be a simple continuation. It will require something different. A new symbol, Todoroki suggested. Or perhaps no symbol at all, Izuku countered. Perhaps what society needs isn't another pillar to depend on, but a foundation built from many heroes working together. Todoroki nodded slowly, processing this perspective. Either way, significant challenges lie ahead. The League will return, stronger and more determined. Let them come, Izuku stated, his pressure field unconsciously activating, creating a subtle weight in the air around them. We'll be ready. As they returned inside, neither noticed the small drone hovering beyond the dormitory perimeter, its camera focused on them. On a monitor miles away, a hand-covered figure watched with intense interest, scratching his neck as he studied Izuku's image. This one, Shigaraki murmured. He's the key to everything. Beside him, a masked figure nodded. Indeed, his quirk's potential is fascinating. With proper guidance, he could become exactly what we need. Shall we proceed with the next phase? Asked a refined voice from the shadows. Shigaraki's cracked lips formed a disturbing smile. Yes, it's time he learned the truth about his power and his purpose. The screen went dark, leaving only the ominous promise of what was to come. For Izuku Midoriya and his classmates, the real battle was just beginning. Summer training camp had ended in disaster, but UA refused to slow its students' development. Within weeks of All Might's retirement, Class 1A found themselves preparing for the Provisional Hero License exam, a crucial step toward legal quirk usage during crises. This exam has a 50% failure rate, Aizawa explained during their preparation briefing. You'll compete against 1,500 students from across Japan, all fighting for a limited number of licenses. The stakes were clear. In a post-All Might world, heroes needed operational flexibility more than ever. On examination day, Class 1A arrived at the massive testing facility to find hundreds of hero students already assembled. The first phase was announced: eliminate opponents by applying target markers to their bodies. Only 100 would advance. Everyone's targeting UA, Izuku observed as rival schools immediately converged on their group. Were perceived as the biggest threat after the sports festival broadcast. Chaos erupted as the exam began. Students scattered, quirks activating across the artificial cityscape. Bakugo and Todoroki moved offensively while others formed defensive clusters. Izuku remained motionless, extending his awareness through the ground beneath him. Through his material connection, he could sense movement patterns across the entire arena. Hundreds of footsteps, quirk vibrations, and structural changes. Something shifted in his perception. Beyond physical sensation, he began detecting intentions. Hostile focus directed specifically toward UA students. Coordinated movement patterns indicating planned ambushes. I can see them, he murmured, eyes widening slightly. Not just their physical presence, but their targeting priorities. As a massive combined attack from multiple schools converged on Class 1A's position, Izuku raised his hands. The ground liquefied across a 50-meter radius, flowing upward to form a perfect dome around his classmates. "Midoriya, what are you?" Ida began. "Shiketsu and Ketsubutsu academies are coordinating against us," Izuku interrupted, eyes closed in concentration. "They've established ambush positions at these coordinates." A perfect three-dimensional map formed in the center of the dome, constructed from floating metal particles that showed enemy positions with remarkable precision. "How can you know this?" Yao Yorozu asked, studying the map with strategic interest. "I can sense them," Izuku replied simply. "Not just physically, but their intentions, attack patterns, targeting priorities." Tokoyami's eyes narrowed. "Like some form of heightened intuition?" "No," Todoroki interjected, understanding dawning. "It's like what he used against Muscular. This is something beyond his quirk." There was no time for further discussion. Izuku's map updated in real time, showing enemy movements adjusting to their defensive position. "They're regrouping for a concentrated assault," he reported. "We need to disperse in coordinated counter teams." With remarkable efficiency, he divided Class 1A into tactical units based on quirk compatibility, assigning specific counterattack vectors through gaps in the enemy formation. "On my signal," he instructed, "the dome will transform into individualized armor and support equipment optimized for each of your quirks. Move according to the assigned patterns and target the opponents I've identified." The class nodded, surprised by his tactical precision but recognizing its effectiveness. Even Bakugo, typically resistant to instruction, acknowledged the strategic advantage with a grudging nod. When Izuku dissolved the dome, it separated into 20 distinct material constructs, each flowing around a specific student to form personalized equipment. Uraraka received gravity-assisted mobility gear. Tokoyami's armor amplified Dark Shadow's reach while protecting against light. Bakugo's gauntlets focused his explosions with devastating precision. What followed was a perfectly coordinated counteroffensive. Class 1A moved with unnatural synchronicity, striking precisely where enemy defenses were weakest. Izuku's predictive awareness guided them through blind spots in the opposition's formation, allowing them to place targeting markers with minimal resistance. For his part, Izuku moved independently, his body enhanced by a lightweight exoskeleton that amplified his speed and strength. Unlike his previous constructs, this one operated with microscopic precision, materials flowing like liquid metal to anticipate and counter attacks seconds before they occurred. "He's moving differently," observed Inasa Yoarashi, Shiketsu's wind user, as he witnessed Izuku effortlessly evading a coordinated attack. "Almost like he can see what we're planning before we do it." Indeed, Izuku navigated the battlefield with unprecedented awareness. Beyond mere physical sensing, he could perceive the flow of intentions, seeing opportunities and threats manifest as intuitive patterns rather than conscious observations. When Shiketsu's camouflage expert, Kami Utsushimi, attempted a surprise attack from his blind spot, Izuku sidestepped without looking, placing a target marker on her back with casual precision. "How did you?" she began. "Your intention projected before your movement," he explained cryptically, already moving toward his next target. By the time the first phase concluded, Class 1A had secured their advancement with minimal casualties. More remarkable was how Izuku had transformed their approach, from individual combatants to a coordinated unit operating with shared tactical awareness. The second phase presented a different challenge, a disaster rescue scenario with professional actors playing injured civilians. Success required not just extraction skills, but proper crisis management and victim reassurance. "This tests your complete hero capabilities," the examiner explained. "Technical skills, tactical assessment, and emotional intelligence." Where physical combat had showcased Izuku's evolving combat awareness, rescue operations highlighted different aspects of his developing abilities. As buildings collapsed in simulated aftershocks, he extended his perception throughout the disaster zone, creating a comprehensive awareness map that located every victim. "There," he instructed his teammates, pointing to specific coordinates. 12 victims trapped beneath unstable structures, 3 with critical injuries requiring immediate extraction. How can you possibly know the injury severity? Questioned Shindo from Ketsubutsu Academy. Rather than answering, Izuku placed his hands on the ground. The entire disaster zone responded to his influence, debris rearranging to create stable extraction paths, support structures materializing to prevent further collapses, and specialized rescue equipment forming from available materials. Follow these paths, he directed. The materials will guide you to each victim and provide appropriate medical support based on their conditions. The efficiency was unprecedented. While other students struggled with individual rescues, Izuku's approach transformed the entire zone into a coordinated rescue system. Extraction paths automatically adjusted to accommodate new collapses. Medical support structures formed around injured victims, stabilizing their conditions until rescuers arrived. When Gang Orca appeared as a surprise villain attack during the rescue operations, Izuku demonstrated another facet of his evolving awareness. The pro hero's underwater combat specialization made him particularly dangerous in the rain-soaked disaster zone. Water-based defensive incoming, Izuku warned his classmates seconds before Gang Orca launched his first attack. The materials surrounding them instantly reconfigured, forming perfect countermeasures against sonic and water assaults. As the combat evolved, Izuku found himself seeing Gang Orca directly. The pro hero's attacks came with blinding speed, yet Izuku moved with perfect countermeasures, not reacting to attacks but anticipating them before they were launched. Interesting. Gang Orca commented after several failed offensive attempts. You're not responding to my movements, you're predicting them. Izuku nodded slightly, his construct shifting to accommodate a new attack pattern he sensed forming in Gang Orca's intentions. Your movement telegraphs before your body initiates it. The pro hero's eyes narrowed behind his mask. That's not material manipulation, that's something else entirely. When the exam concluded, 100 students received provisional licenses, all of Class 1A among them, largely due to Izuku's coordinated approach. As they prepared to depart, Aizawa pulled Izuku aside. Your quirk has evolved again, the teacher stated flatly. This new awareness, it's not material sensing, is it? Izuku considered his response carefully. It appears to be a separate ability that developed during the forest training camp. That I can perceive intentions and probable actions before they physically manifest. Aizawa studied him silently for a moment. Interesting timing, All Might's retirement creating a vacuum, and suddenly your abilities expand beyond physical manipulation. Correlation doesn't imply causation, Izuku replied evenly. Perhaps not, Aizawa conceded. But power responds to necessity, and society currently has a very significant necessity. As they rejoined the class, Izuku contemplated this observation. His awareness had indeed expanded dramatically since All Might's fall. Whether coincidence or response to societal need, one thing was certain: his evolution was accelerating. The provisional license would prove vital sooner than anyone anticipated. Within weeks, a new threat would emerge that would push his developing abilities to their absolute limits. The appearance of Kai Chisaki, known in underworld circles as Overhaul, began innocuously enough. A chance encounter between the Yakuza leader and League of Villains members led to a meeting request that reached Izuku through unexpected channels. Sir Night-Eye, All Might's former sidekick, had established an investigation into the Shi Hasaikai, Chisaki's organization. When UA announced internships with professional agencies, Night-Eye specifically requested Izuku, a surprising choice given his known preference for Mirio Togata, UA's third-year prodigy. Your material manipulation quirk provides unique tactical advantages for our current investigation, Night-Eye explained during their first meeting, his intense gaze studying Izuku critically. Though I must admit, I requested you primarily to evaluate whether my assessment of your character is accurate. And what is that assessment? Izuku asked, meeting the pro-hero's stare without hesitation. That you possess overwhelming power without the heart that makes a true hero, Night-Eye stated bluntly. Power without compassion is merely destruction awaiting direction. Rather than taking offense, Izuku considered the observation. An interesting perspective from All Might's former partner. Was his overwhelming power similarly questioned? Night-Eye's expression tightened. All Might's power was guided by his heart. His smile wasn't a tactical choice, it was his essence. Perhaps different eras require different approaches, Izuku countered. All Might's smile reassured a society that needed symbols. Today's threats may require solutions rather than symbolism. Their philosophical difference remained unresolved as the investigation proceeded. Working alongside Mirio and other heroes, Izuku learned the disturbing truth behind Overhaul's operations. The Yakuza leader was experimenting on his adopted daughter, Eri, whose quirk allowed him to create bullets that could permanently erase quirks. The investigation culminated in a raid on the Shihasaikai compound, with multiple hero teams assigned to different entry points. Izuku, paired with Night Eye, moved through the underground complex with methodical precision. The compound structure is inconsistent with architectural records, Izuku noted, hand against a wall as his quirk analyzed the materials. There are hidden chambers and passageways throughout. Night Eye nodded grimly. Overhaul's quirk allows him to disassemble and reassemble matter. He's likely reconfiguring the structure to confuse intruders. Inefficient, Izuku responded. With a simple gesture, he extended his material awareness throughout the entire compound, creating a comprehensive three-dimensional map that revealed every hidden room and passage. He's holding the girl 3 levels down, heavily guarded. Overhaul himself is with her. Night Eye's eyes widened slightly. Your range has improved significantly. Before they could proceed, the walls around them disintegrated, reassembling into lethal spikes that launched from every direction. Night Eye dodged with practiced agility, but Izuku remained motionless, extending his awareness to the approaching threat. Something shifted in his perception. Beyond material composition, he sensed the underlying structure of Overhaul's quirk effect, the molecular disassembly and reassembly process. More remarkably, he found he could counter it. As the spikes reached him, Izuku's body emitted a subtle black sheen. The material struck his skin and simply stopped, unable to penetrate. Night Eye stared in shock. Molecular reinforcement, Izuku explained, though he knew this wasn't entirely accurate. The protection wasn't just material hardening, it was something deeper, a manifestation of will that rejected external manipulation. Let's proceed. They encountered heavy resistance as they descended. Yakuza members empowered by quirk-enhancing drugs attacked in waves, while Overhaul's lieutenant, Chronos, attempted to slow their advance with his time manipulation hair. Throughout the combat, Izuku's awareness continued expanding. He could now perceive the intention behind attacks before they occurred, allowing perfect countermeasures. More significantly, the black hardening that had protected him from Overhaul's initial attack now manifested at will, covering his constructs with an impenetrable layer that resisted all quirk effects. When they finally reached Eri's chamber, they found a horrific scene. The small, white-haired girl was connected to medical equipment, her arms scarred from repeated extractions. Overhaul stood nearby, hands ungloved and ready. Heroes, he spat, his plague doctor mask concealing his expression. Diseased society's antibodies, always attacking the cure. Surrender, Chisaki, Night Eye demanded. Your operation is finished. Overhaul's response was immediate and devastating. The entire chamber disintegrated around them, matter breaking down at the molecular level before reconstructing as a death trap of spikes and crushing walls. Night Eye moved with incredible speed, his foresight quirk allowing him to navigate the death trap by predicting safe paths. Yet even his precognition proved insufficient as the entire environment shifted faster than he could adapt. A reconstructed spike pierced Night Eye's torso, eliciting a cry of pain that echoed through the chamber. "Sir!" Izuku called, though his voice remained controlled despite the situation. "Predictable," Overhaul commented, approaching the injured hero. "No matter what you foresee, my quirk reconstructs reality faster than you can respond." As he reached toward Night Eye to deliver a killing blow, Overhaul found his hand intercepted by Izuku, who had moved with impossible speed. "Interesting," the Yakuza leader observed. "Let's see what you're made of." He activated his quirk directly against Izuku's arm, attempting to disassemble it at the molecular level. To his evident shock, nothing happened. Where the destructive effect should have spread, it encountered an invisible barrier, a dark sheen covering Izuku's skin that completely negated Overhaul's quirk. "Impossible," Overhaul hissed. "No quirk can resist disassembly." "This isn't a quirk," Izuku replied, though he wasn't entirely certain what it was. The protective force felt different from his material manipulation. deeper, more fundamentally connected to his will rather than physical properties. What followed was a confrontation unlike anything the heroes had encountered. Overhaul, increasingly desperate, unleashed his quirk's full potential, disassembling and reassembling the entire underground complex in waves of molecular destruction. Walls, floors, and ceilings became weapons under his control, reality itself seeming to bend to his will. Yet Izuku countered every attack. Where Overhaul disassembled, Izuku reassembled. Where molecular destruction spread, the black hardening intercepted and neutralized it. It became a battle of opposing forces, Overhaul's quirk against Izuku's evolving abilities. "What are you?" Overhaul demanded, frustration evident as another attack failed to penetrate Izuku's defenses. Rather than answering, Izuku extended his awareness to Eri, who watched the battle with terrified eyes. Through his enhanced perception, he could sense the nature of her quirk, not just rewind, but temporal manipulation at the cellular level. "Your quirk doesn't just disassemble matter," Izuku stated, advancing methodically despite the molecular chaos surrounding them. "It rebuilds it according to your specifications. But rebuilding requires a template, your understanding of molecular structure." As he spoke, Izuku's constructs evolved, incorporating the black hardening throughout their composition. These new structures didn't just resist Overhaul's quirk, they actively countered it, their molecular integrity maintained by Izuku's will rather than physical properties. "My understanding exceeds yours," Izuku continued, each step forward pushing back Overhaul's influence. "Material structure, quantum relationships, fundamental forces, I don't just manipulate them, I comprehend them." In a desperate move, Overhaul grabbed chronostasis, using his quirk to merge their bodies into a monstrous fusion of enhanced abilities. The resulting creature towered above them, multiple arms ending in destructive touch points. "You think understanding matters?" the fused villain roared. "Power is all that counts in this world." Izuku's response was immediate and decisive. The black hardening expanded from his body, covering his entire form in a dark sheen that radiated tangible force. When Overhaul's fused form attacked, the molecular disassembly simply vanished against this barrier, like water striking an impenetrable surface. "Power without control is merely destruction," Izuku stated, echoing Night Eye's earlier criticism but inverting its meaning. "And I control everything in this environment." With that declaration, he extended both hands toward the fused villain. The entire chamber responded to his will, not just the physical materials, but the molecular structure itself. Where Overhaul had disassembled and reassembled chaotically, Izuku imposed perfect order, restructuring the environment with precision that exceeded even the Yakuza leader's quirk. The fusion form found itself suddenly immobilized, each component material responding to Izuku's influence rather than Overhaul's. More remarkably, the black hardening extended beyond Izuku's body, flowing through the constructed restraints to completely neutralize Overhaul's quirk at its source. "What is this?" Overhaul demanded, feeling his power suppressed by the dark energy infusing the materials around him. "The next evolution," Izuku replied simply. With Overhaul contained, Izuku turned his attention to the injured Night Eye and the traumatized Eri. The pro-hero's wounds were severe, ordinarily fatal, yet Izuku approached with calm certainty. "Your injury disrupts blood flow to vital organs," he observed, kneeling beside Night Eye. "Conventional medical intervention would be insufficient." "Save the girl," Night Eye managed through pained breaths. "My foresight showed this outcome." "Your quirk predicts based on current trajectories," Izuku countered. "It cannot account for unprecedented variables." Placing his hand near the wound, Izuku extended his material awareness into Night Eye's body. The black hardening flowed from his fingers, not as an external application, but as a directing force, guiding his material manipulation with unprecedented precision. Under this combined influence, damaged tissues reconnected, ruptured blood vessels sealed without scarring, molecular structures realigned according to their optimal pattern. It wasn't healing in the conventional sense, it was restructuring, returning damaged materials to their ideal configuration. "Impossible," Night Eye whispered as his fatal wound stabilized. "My foresight has never been wrong." "Perhaps you've been looking at fixed points rather than possibilities," Izuku suggested, helping the hero to his feet. With both Overhaul contained and Night Eye stabilized, Izuku turned to Eri. The small girl flinched as he approached, conditioned by years of abuse to fear any contact. For the first time during the operation, Izuku's expression softened slightly. Kneeling to her level, he extended his hand without touching her. "Your quirk allows you to rewind biological processes," he stated gently. His quirk disassembles matter. Both manipulate fundamental structures, but with different mechanisms. Eri stared at him with wide, fearful eyes. "You're not a tool," Izuku continued, "and your power isn't a curse. It's a natural force like gravity or electromagnetism. It can be understood and controlled." As he spoke, small material constructs formed in his palm, beautiful crystalline structures that danced and reformed in mesmerizing patterns. Eri watched transfixed as fear gradually gave way to wonder. "Control comes from understanding," Izuku explained, the constructs responding to his will with perfect precision. "Understanding comes from observation and practice." Hesitantly, Eri reached toward the dancing materials. As her fingers approached, Izuku allowed the constructs to respond to her proximity, their movements synchronizing with her tentative gestures. "Your power can be like this," he assured her, "responsive to your intentions rather than your fears." For the first time in years, Eri smiled, a small, uncertain expression that nevertheless represented a profound breakthrough. The raid concluded with the complete dismantling of the Shi Hasaikai. Overhaul and his lieutenants were imprisoned in specially designed containment that prevented quirk usage. The quirk-destroying bullets were secured and analyzed for potential countermeasures. Most importantly, Eri was placed under Yue's protection, her developing quirk monitored by heroes who understood its potential. For Izuku, however, the most significant outcome was internal. The black hardening that had manifested during the battle wasn't a new application of his material manipulation. It was something else entirely, a power that responded to his will on a level transcending physical properties. "Armament," he murmured while examining the phenomenon in private. "The manifestation of will as protective force." Combined with his developing ability to sense intentions and predict movements, a pattern was emerging, abilities beyond conventional quirk parameters, connected to something deeper than physical manipulation. As he continued experimenting with these new manifestations, Izuku realized they represented not an extension of his quirk, but a complementary system, one that enhanced his material dominion while operating on entirely different principles. The implications were profound. If these abilities developed independently of his quirk, they suggested potential available to anyone with sufficient will and understanding. The black hardening, the predictive awareness, perhaps even more. All manifestations of an underlying force waiting to be harnessed. With Overhaul defeated and these new abilities emerging, Izuku's evolution accelerated beyond what anyone, perhaps even himself, had anticipated. The provisional license that had seemed a significant milestone now appeared merely a starting point for something far more fundamental. Society, still reeling from All Might's retirement, remained unaware of the new power developing within Yue. Walls. But the vacuum left by the symbol of peace wouldn't remain empty for long. Despite Class 1A's success in the provisional license exam, 2 students had failed to qualify, the Bakugo and Todoroki. Their remedial training course provided an unexpected opportunity for Izuku to explore his developing abilities in a teaching context. "I don't need your help," Bakugo snarled when Izuku offered assistance with their preparation. "Just because you passed doesn't make you qualified to teach." "Actually," Aizawa interjected by approaching with his characteristic tired expression, "that's exactly what I'm assigning. Midoriya will assist with your remedial training." Both Bakugo and Todoroki looked stunned by this declaration. His tactical assessment during the exam demonstrated exceptional situational awareness, Aizawa continued. The remedial course focuses on cooperation with civilians and other heroes, areas where his organizational approach proved effective. Though Bakugo fumed, Todoroki considered the assignment thoughtfully. "Your perception abilities during the exam, they might provide valuable insight for our training." The remedial course paired them with students from Shiketsu High, including the wind user Inasa Yoarashi, whose conflict with Todoroki had contributed to both their failures. Their task: win the hearts of difficult children through hero activities. "Children aren't impressed by power alone," this Izuku explained during their preparation session. They respond to emotional security and genuine engagement. Since when are you an expert on emotional connection? Bakugo demanded skeptically. Rather than answering directly, Izuku closed his eyes briefly, extending his developing awareness. Your frustration stems from feeling your combat prowess is being undervalued in favor of soft skills you consider secondary to heroism. Bakugo's expression shifted from anger to surprise. How did you? Todoroki's concern is different, Izuku continued, opening his eyes. He fears his family history makes him inherently unsuited for emotional connection, particularly with children. Todoroki stared at him. That's remarkably accurate. I can sense emotional states with increasing precision, Izuku explained. Not mind reading, but intention and emotional pattern recognition. This revelation changed the dynamic of their preparation. Rather than generic advice, Izuku provided specific insights tailored to each participant's emotional barriers. For Bakugo, he identified how controlled explosions could delight rather than intimidate when presented as entertainment. For Todoroki, he suggested temperature control activities that transformed his dual quirk into interactive experiences rather than combat techniques. Most significantly, he helped resolve the tension between Todoroki and Inasa by identifying the emotional patterns driving their conflict. Your mutual animosity stems from misinterpreted intentions, he explained as they prepared for the practical exercise. Inasa perceives coldness where Todoroki demonstrates caution. Todoroki perceives aggression where Inasa expresses passion. This insight, while initially received skeptically, proved transformative during the exercise itself. When faced with uncooperative children, the remedial students found themselves struggling until Izuku implemented a structured approach based on his emotional assessments. The children aren't responding to your quirks because they don't trust your intentions, he observed. They need to connect with you as people before accepting you as heroes. Using materials from the environment, Izuku created interactive structures that served as bridges between the hero's abilities and the children's interests. For Bakugo, he constructed precision targets that transformed explosions into a skill game. For Todoroki, he built thermal reactive sculptures that change colors under temperature variations. Most impressively, he created a wind-responsive environment that allowed Inasa to generate beautiful aerial displays rather than mere force demonstrations. As the children gradually engaged with these activities, Izuku's guidance shifted from material construction to emotional coaching. He quietly directed each remedial student toward authentic interactions based on the emotional patterns he detected. The blonde girl responds to acknowledged accomplishment, he murmured to Bakugo. Praise her attempt, not just success. The twins need stability and consistency, he advised Todoroki. Maintain the same temperature patterns regardless of their behavior. These insights, delivered with precision rather than generic platitudes, transformed the remedial students' approach. By the exercise's conclusion, they had not only won over the difficult children, but developed genuine connections that transcended quirk demonstrations. Your emotional perception is remarkable, Gang Orca commented as they concluded the successful session. Combined with your material manipulation, it creates an unprecedented teaching capability. Izuku nodded slightly, acknowledging the observation without elaboration. The emotional sensing wasn't a conscious technique he had developed. It had emerged naturally alongside his predictive awareness, another facet of whatever underlying force was manifesting through his developing abilities. More significant than the remedial course's success was the effect on his classmates. Bakugo, typically resistant to any guidance, had actually implemented Izuku's suggestions. Todoroki had broken through his emotional reserve to connect authentically with the children. Your approach was effective, Bakugo admitted grudgingly as they returned to UA. The brats actually listened. You connected with them genuinely, Izuku replied. They responded to your authentic engagement, not your quirk displays. Todoroki studied him with thoughtful consideration. This perception ability, it's more than just tactical awareness, isn't it? You're sensing something fundamental about people. Izuku nodded slightly. Intentions, emotional patterns, potential actions. They manifest as perceptible signals when you develop the awareness to detect them. Can this awareness be taught? Todoroki asked. The question gave Izuku pause. Could these emerging abilities, the predictive awareness, the emotional sensing, the black hardening, be developed by others? They operated on principles separate from his material manipulation quirk, suggesting an underlying system accessible to anyone with sufficient will and understanding. I believe so, he finally answered, though the methodology remains unclear. This possibility lingered in Izuku's mind as they resumed regular classes at UA. If these abilities could be taught, they represented not just his personal evolution, but potentially a new paradigm for hero development, one that complemented quirk advancement with deeper perceptual and protective capabilities. The implications were profound. In a society built around quirk specialization, a secondary system of abilities available to anyone would fundamentally transform the hero landscape. As Izuku continued developing these emerging powers, their integration with his material dominion created combinations of unprecedented effectiveness. The black hardening reinforced his constructs beyond their material limitations. The predictive awareness allowed architectural adaptations before threats materialized. The emotional sensing enabled structures responsive to psychological needs rather than mere physical parameters. With each application, the distinction between his quirk and these new abilities blurred further, creating a synergistic system greater than its component parts. The true test of this evolving system would come sooner than expected, as UA prepared for an event that would expose Izuku's developing abilities to public scrutiny for the first time since the provisional license exam, the school festival. In the aftermath of All Might's retirement and the Shi Hasaikai incident, UA made a controversial decision, proceeding with their annual school festival despite heightened security concerns. Principal Nezu defended the choice as a demonstration of resilience and normality in uncertain times. For Class 1A, the festival represented a rare opportunity for creative expression rather than combat training. Students enthusiastically planned a music and dance performance designed to entertain rather than impress with quirk demonstrations. Izuku approached the project with characteristic precision, analyzing optimal acoustic properties and stage arrangements to enhance the performance. His material manipulation allowed perfect construction of instruments and sound equipment tailored to each participant's abilities. More significant was his involvement with Eri, who would attend the festival as part of her rehabilitation. The traumatized girl, still adjusting to life outside Overhaul's control, found comfort in Izuku's structured approach to her recovery. "Your quirk activates in response to emotional distress," he explained during one of their sessions, creating small material constructs that responded to her movements. Understanding the trigger mechanism is essential for developing control. Eri watched the dancing materials with fascination. "But when I get scared, I can't stop it." "Fear creates urgency without direction," Izuku agreed. "We need to establish baseline control before addressing emotional triggers." His methodology differed significantly from conventional therapy. Rather than focusing exclusively on emotional processing, he helped Eri understand her quirk's operational mechanics. The connection between intention and effect, the boundaries of temporal manipulation, the sensations that preceded activation. Most importantly, he created specialized materials that responded to her quirk's energy signatures, providing visual feedback when her power activated at subliminal levels. These indicators allowed Eri to recognize pre-activation states before they escalated to uncontrollable manifestation. "You're helping her differently than the others?" Mirio observed after one session. The third-year student, despite losing his quirk to Overhaul's bullets, remained involved in Eri's care. "Conventional approaches address symptoms rather than mechanisms," Izuku replied. "Her quirk operates on fundamental principles that can be understood and directed." Mirio smiled gently. "You know, for someone who approaches everything with such clinical precision, you've shown remarkable patience with her." Izuku considered this observation. His interaction with Eri didn't feel like conscious compassion. It was logical optimization, identifying the most effective approach to quirk stabilization. Yet, he couldn't deny a certain protective response that extended beyond tactical assessment. Before he could examine this reaction further, his developing awareness detected an approaching threat, hostile intent, directed toward UA, moving methodically toward the campus perimeter. "Security breach imminent," he stated, abruptly standing. "Southeastern approach, 2 individuals with performance-enhancing equipment," Mirio looked startled. How can you possibly? But Izuku was already moving, his material awareness extending to track the intruder's approach. Through his enhanced perception, he could identify their movement patterns. One primary combatant with elastic manipulation abilities, accompanied by a support individual recording their activities. Reaching the southeastern forest boundary before security alerts even activated, Izuku confronted the intruders directly. A tall, elegant man in formal attire bounced effortlessly through the trees using elastic air platforms, accompanied by a smaller individual with recording equipment. Intercepted already? The gentleman intruder remarked, landing gracefully on a branch. How unfortunate. I had hoped for a more dramatic entrance. Gentle Criminal and La Brava, Izuku identified them immediately, recognizing the internet vigilantes from his comprehensive analysis of underground operators. Your approach vector suggests the festival as your target. Gentle adjusted his collar with affected dignity. Indeed, the perfect stage for demonstrating society's security illusions. Nothing gentle about crashing UA celebration during their moment of vulnerability. Through his enhanced perception, Izuku detected something beneath the flamboyant exterior. Genuine conviction driving performative methods, a desire for recognition corrupting legitimate societal critique. Your actual objective is viewership, Izuku stated flatly. Social media prominence achieved through increasingly dramatic stunts. Gentle's composed expression faltered slightly. A simplistic reduction of my artistic message. Gentle, he's one of them, La Brava warned, adjusting her recording equipment. The material manipulation student from the sports festival. Recognition dawned in Gentle's eyes. UA's rising star. This encounter becomes more fortuitous by the moment. Defeating you would certainly elevate our production value. Without further warning, Gentle activated his elasticity quirk, turning the air itself into bouncing platforms that propelled him forward with surprising speed. It was an unorthodox attack pattern designed to be visually impressive while remaining functionally effective. Izuku remained motionless, extending his awareness to track not just Gentle's movements, but his attack intentions. Something shifted in his perception. Beyond predicting individual actions, he began seeing potential sequences, branching possibilities rather than linear predictions. When Gentle launched his attack, Izuku didn't just anticipate the initial strike, he perceived 3 subsequent maneuvers before they occurred. The Elastic Villain's elaborate attack sequence unfolded exactly as Izuku had foreseen, allowing perfect countermeasures before each stage activated. Impossible. Gentle muttered as his complex attack pattern met precisely positioned defenses. You couldn't possibly predict my improvised sequence. Rather than responding verbally, Izuku extended his hand. The black hardening that had manifested against Overhaul spread across his arm, radiating tangible force as it solidified. When Gentle's next elastic platform formed, Izuku simply touched it with his hardened hand, and the elasticity effect instantly dissipated. What? Gentle stared in shock. You negated my quirk? Not negation, Izuku corrected. Imposing superior structural integrity that rejects external manipulation. Before the internet villain could respond, La Brava activated her love quirk, channeling her affection to temporarily enhance Gentle's abilities beyond their normal parameters. The power surge was immediate and dramatic, Gentle's elastic platforms multiplying in size and resilience as he launched a devastatingly fast counterattack. Yet even this enhanced assault proved ineffective. Izuku's predictive awareness had already foreseen the power increase, perceiving the emotional connection between the villains and its consequent effect. His response combined perfect positioning with the black hardening extended throughout his entire body, creating an impenetrable defense that rendered Gentle's amplified attack completely ineffective. More remarkably, as the confrontation continued, Izuku found he could extend the hardening beyond his physical form, projecting it as an external barrier that intercepted Gentle's attacks before they approached. This projection manifested as visible dark energy, radiating from his body in waves that solidified according to his will. This power, La Brava whispered, lowering her camera in awe. It's like nothing we've encountered. Gentle, despite his enhanced capabilities, recognized the futility of continued engagement. A strategic withdrawal seems prudent, my dear. This gentleman's abilities exceed our current production values. Before they could retreat, however, Izuku extended his material manipulation throughout the surrounding forest. Trees, soil, and vegetation responded to his influence, restructuring to create a containment perimeter that prevented escape while avoiding injury. "Your performance is concluded," he stated calmly. With the intruders secured and transferred to campus security, Izuku returned to festival preparations. The brief confrontation had revealed new dimensions of his developing abilities, particularly the predictive awareness expanding from individual actions to complete sequence forecasting, and the hardening projection extending beyond his physical form. More significant was the emotional component he had detected in La Brava's quirk activation. The power enhancement responded directly to genuine emotional connection, suggesting interactions between psychological states and quirk mechanics that conventional analysis overlooked. When the festival finally commenced, these insights informed Izuku's approach to Aries participation. Beyond merely constructing optimal viewing accommodations, he established a protective perimeter of materials responsive to both physical threats and emotional distress signals. The environment will adjust automatically if your quirk begins activating, he explained to the nervous girl as they took their seats. The materials will provide containment while regulating emotional triggers. Eri looked at him with uncertain hope. "You think I can watch without hurting anyone?" "I'm certain of it," Izuku replied. For once, his confidence stemmed not from tactical assessment, but from genuine belief in her developing control. As Class 1A's performance began, Izuku maintained awareness of Eri's emotional state while monitoring the broader security perimeter. The combination of material manipulation and his enhanced perception allowed simultaneous operation across multiple domains, ensuring Eri's safety, maintaining structural integrity, and scanning for potential threats. The moment that transformed the festival came unexpectedly. During a particularly energetic segment of the performance, Eri laughed, a genuine, unrestrained expression of joy, perhaps for the first time in her life. The sound, barely audible amid the music, nevertheless registered in Izuku's enhanced awareness. Something shifted in response. Beyond his conscious direction, a wave of pressure emanated from his position, not destructive but protective, a manifestation of will responding to the primal desire to preserve this moment of happiness against any threat. The pressure wave expanded outward, washing over the entire auditorium. To most attendees, it registered as nothing more than a momentary sensation, like an atmospheric pressure change. But Izuku recognized it as something unprecedented, a broadcast of intention powerful enough to affect physical reality. "Conqueror," he murmured, the term arising from some deep recognition rather than conscious analysis. Eri turned to him, still smiling. "What was that?" "Nothing to worry about," he assured her, though his mind raced with implications. The pressure wave had manifested spontaneously in response to protective intent, a third distinct manifestation alongside the predictive awareness and the physical hardening. As the festival concluded successfully, Izuku began systematically analyzing these three emerging abilities. The predictive awareness had evolved from simple intention sensing to complete sequence forecasting, effectively seeing the future within limited parameters. The hardening had developed from personal protection to projected barriers that imposed structural integrity beyond physical contact. And now this new manifestation, a broadcast of will that affected the surrounding environment without material manipulation. Three distinct abilities, operating on principles separate from his quirk, yet synergizing perfectly with his material dominion. The pattern suggested a comprehensive system rather than isolated developments, components of a greater whole waiting to be fully integrated. That integration would accelerate dramatically in the coming weeks, as a new crisis forced Izuku to deploy these emerging abilities in defense of society's most visible heroes. The restructuring of the hero rankings following All Might's retirement placed Endeavor in the uncomfortable position of number 1, a achievement hollow in its circumstances and contested in its legitimacy. Hawks, the winged hero, ascended to number 2 through a combination of efficiency statistics and public approval ratings. For Izuku, these developments represented more than mere rankings adjustments. His enhanced perception detected underlying patterns in criminal activity, subtle shifts in behavioral metrics that suggested coordinated adaptation to the post-All Might environment. Villain incidents have decreased by 14% in urban centers, but increased 23% in peripheral zones, he reported during a special analysis session with UA faculty. The pattern suggests strategic withdrawal rather than deterrence. Villains testing the new status quo? Aizawa agreed, reviewing Izuku's compiled data, probing for weaknesses in hero response patterns. These observations proved prescient when reports emerged of artificial humans attacking civilian targets, creatures identified as high-end Nomu, significantly more advanced than those deployed at the USJ incident. Unlike their predecessors, these Nomu demonstrated not just multiple quirks, but tactical intelligence and adaptive combat capabilities. When a high-end designated Hood attacked Endeavor and Hawks during a public appearance, the confrontation quickly escalated beyond conventional hero response parameters. The creature's regenerative abilities, combined with strength enhancement and weather manipulation quirks, created a crisis that threatened both the top heroes and surrounding civilians. Izuku, monitoring the situation through media coverage at UA, detected patterns beyond the physical confrontation. The attack timing, target selection, and Nomu capabilities suggested deliberate design rather than opportunistic violence, a calculated demonstration against the new hierarchy. "This isn't random," he stated as classmates gathered around surveillance feeds. "It's theater, a public challenge to Endeavor's legitimacy as All Might's successor." The battle's escalation confirmed his assessment. Hood systematically countered Endeavor's flame attacks while demonstrating regenerative capabilities that rendered Hawk's feather blades ineffective. More concerning, the creature adapted its attack patterns in response to hero techniques, suggesting learning capability beyond previous Nomu parameters. "Endeavor can't win conventionally," Todoroki observed, watching his father struggle against the adaptive enemy. "His quirk specializes in overwhelming force, but this creature simply regenerates." Izuku nodded, his enhanced perception extending even through video feeds to analyze the confrontation mechanics. "The regeneration has limitations. Cellular reconstruction requires energy and material. With sufficient temperature, Endeavor could theoretically exceed its regenerative threshold. But he'd need to maintain maximum output longer than his body can withstand," Todoroki countered, intimately familiar with his father's limitations. As the situation deteriorated, with both heroes sustaining significant injuries and civilian evacuation incomplete, Izuku made a decision that would redefine hero response protocols. "I'm going," he announced, already moving toward the exit. "That's 70 kilometers away," Ida protested. "Even with your provisional license, you can't possibly." "Material relay network," Izuku interrupted, extending his hand toward the distant battle through his established system. Since the forest training camp, he had methodically expanded his relay points throughout the city, creating a network that extended his effective range beyond conventional limitations. Through this network, he could not only sense, but influence materials at unprecedented distances. As he activated the system, materials along the intervention path responded to his control. Metal, concrete, soil flowing into predetermined configurations that created a high-speed transport mechanism. The transit itself demonstrated his evolving capabilities. Rather than simply propelling himself along a fixed path, Izuku integrated his material manipulation with the hardening, protection, and predictive awareness, creating an adaptive transport system that anticipated and navigated obstacles before encountering them. His arrival at the battle scene coincided with Hood's most devastating attack, a combination of strength enhancement and atmospheric manipulation that threatened to collapse an entire building onto evacuating civilians. Endeavor, already operating beyond his sustainable output, strained to intercept the falling structure while Hawks, his wings severely damaged, attempted to extract remaining civilians. Without hesitation, Izuku extended both hands toward the crisis point, the black hardening projected from his body, forming a massive barrier that intercepted the collapsing structure, while simultaneously his material manipulation restructured the building's integrity, converting imminent collapse into controlled deconstruction. "UA student?" Hawks questioned, recognizing him despite the situation's chaos. "Provisional license holder responding to imminent civilian casualties," Izuku replied formally, maintaining focus on the multiple operations. structural stabilization, civilian protection, and threat assessment of Hood's capabilities. Endeavor, despite his injuries, maintained his combative focus. "This isn't a training exercise, kid. Fall back and support evacuation." Rather than arguing, Izuku extended his awareness toward Hood, analyzing the creature's composition through his enhanced perception. Beyond physical parameters, he detected the integrated quirk system, the regeneration mechanics, strength enhancement triggers, and atmospheric manipulation coordinates. More significantly, he perceived something beneath these functional components, a residual consciousness suppressed beneath control parameters, fragments of identity subsumed within the artificial construct. "It's human-derived," he reported, the information immediately relevant to combat strategy. Nomu construction incorporates human-based material with quirk integration. The regeneration prioritizes critical systems according to pre-programmed response hierarchies. This analysis, delivered with clinical precision amid crisis conditions, altered the tactical landscape. Endeavor immediately adjusted his approach, targeting specific regions Izuku identified as regeneration coordination centers, rather than attempting overall damage. What followed was an unprecedented coordination between the established #1 hero and the student with provisional license. Endeavor's flames struck with surgical precision, guided by Izuku's analysis, while material constructs formed protective barriers around civilians and damaged infrastructure. Hood, despite its adaptive capabilities, found its learning algorithms insufficient against this combined approach. Where it developed countermeasures against Endeavor's thermal attacks, Izuku's constructs integrated the black hardening to impose structural integrity that resisted the Nomu's strength enhancement. When atmospheric manipulation created wind vortices to disperse Endeavor's flames, material barriers redirected thermal energy with perfect efficiency. The confrontation reached its climax when Hood, recognizing its tactical disadvantage, attempted to escape by taking a civilian hostage. The creature moved with blinding speed toward an evacuation zone, its enhanced musculature propelling it faster than conventional heroes could intercept. Izuku's response demonstrated the full integration of his evolving abilities. His predictive awareness had already foreseen Hood's strategy shift, perceiving the intention before physical movement initiated. The black hardening projected from his position, forming a barrier directly in the Nomu's path, while material manipulation simultaneously created capture structures optimized for the creature's specific capabilities. Most remarkably, as Hood impacted the barrier, Izuku released a focused wave of pressure, the same protective force that had manifested during the school festival, but now directed with specific intent. The pressure wave struck Hood with physical impact, momentarily disrupting its motor coordination through sheer force of will. That momentary disruption provided the opening Endeavor needed. Concentrating his remaining power into his ultimate technique, Prominence Burn, the flame hero struck with thermal intensity that exceeded Hood's regenerative threshold. The Nomu's core systems incinerated before adaptive countermeasures could activate, rendering the threat neutralized. In the aftermath, as emergency services secured the area and media documented the unprecedented collaboration, Endeavor approached Izuku with uncharacteristic directness. "Your analysis was accurate," the flame hero acknowledged, his injuries being treated even as he spoke. "The regeneration prioritized exactly as you predicted." Izuku nodded slightly. The construction patterns followed logical optimization hierarchies. Critical systems received priority regenerative resources. Endeavor studied him with intense scrutiny. That wasn't just material analysis. You perceived its functional architecture, the operational mechanics of multiple integrated quirks. Enhanced perception extends beyond physical composition, Izuku confirmed. Functional relationships become apparent when viewed with sufficient awareness. Before Endeavor could inquire further, Hawks joined them, his damaged wings temporarily splinted. "That was some entrance, kid. Material manipulation at 70 kilometers. Pretty sure that exceeds any recorded range for similar quirks." "Relay network," Izuku explained briefly. "Extended influence through strategically positioned materials." The winged hero's sharp eyes narrowed slightly. "And that pressure wave? The one that staggered Hood mid-leap? That didn't look like material manipulation to me." Izuku considered his response carefully. These abilities developing alongside his quirk remained incompletely understood even to him, manifestations of an underlying system he was still exploring. Experimental application, he finally stated, the explanation technically accurate if incomplete. Hawks exchanged a significant look with Endeavor. Well, whatever it was, it saved lives today. The Commission will want a full report, of course. The public and professional response to Izuku's intervention proved complex. Media coverage celebrated the successful collaboration between established heroes and the UA student, particularly given the civilian casualties prevented. Hero management agencies expressed concern about protocol violations, despite the provisional license technically authorizing emergency response. Most significantly, within professional hero circles, analysis of Izuku's displayed abilities generated intense discussion. The range extension through material relay networks represented a fundamental advancement in quirk application theory. The integrated defense and reconstruction capabilities demonstrated during the crisis established new parameters for rescue operations. But it was the mysterious pressure wave, captured in multiple civilian recordings yet defying conventional quirk classification, that generated the most speculation. Something beyond material manipulation had manifested during the crisis, a power that affected physical reality through what appeared to be pure will imposition. For Todoroki, who had witnessed the intervention through media coverage, the implications were clear. When Izuku returned to UA, the dual quirk user approached him privately. "That pressure wave was the same energy I saw during the forest training camp," Todoroki observed. "Not material manipulation, but something else entirely." Izuku nodded slightly. "The applications are still developing." "It's not a quirk, is it?" Todoroki pressed. "At least not in the conventional sense. It's something different." Rather than directly confirming, Izuku extended his hand. The black hardening spread across his arm, radiating tangible force that Todoroki could feel even without physical contact. "Armament," Izuku explained, "will manifest it as protective force. The predictive awareness is observation, perception extended beyond physical sensing. The pressure wave represents a third aspect, something that imposes intention directly onto surroundings." Todoroki considered this with characteristic thoughtfulness. 3 abilities developing simultaneously alongside your quirk, the timing coinciding precisely with society's greatest need following All Might's retirement. "Correlation doesn't imply causation," Izuku replied, echoing his earlier response to Aizawa. "Perhaps," Todoroki conceded, "but power abhors a vacuum, and you're filling it whether intentional or not." This observation lingered as Izuku continued developing these emerging abilities. The predictive awareness had evolved from simple intention sensing to complete sequence forecasting, effectively seeing seconds into the future during critical situations. The black hardening had advanced from personal protection to projected barriers that imposed structural integrity beyond physical contact. The pressure wave, which he increasingly identified as Conqueror's manifestation, had progressed from unconscious broadcasting to directed application with physical impact. Combined with his continually evolving material manipulation, these abilities created a system of unprecedented effectiveness, one that would soon be tested against the very classmates who had witnessed its development. This joint training exercise between classes 1A and 1B represented more than mere interdepartmental competition. Following multiple villain incursions and the highly publicized high-end Nomu incident, the school designed the training specifically to evaluate adaptability in crisis scenarios. "Both classes have experienced real combat situations," Vlad King explained during the briefing. "This exercise will assess how those experiences have shaped your tactical approaches and quirk applications." The format grouped students into teams of 4, with each match featuring specific tactical objectives beyond simple victory conditions. While other students approached the exercise with typical competitive spirit, Izuku viewed it as an opportunity to systematically evaluate his developing abilities in controlled conditions. When team assignments placed him with Uraraka, Ashido, and Mineta against Class 1B's Monoma, Tsunotori, Shota, and Kodai, the matchup created perfect testing parameters for his integrated capabilities. Monoma's copy quirk provided direct countering potential, while the others offered varied challenges requiring precision responses. "Midoriya will be their primary target," Uraraka observed during planning. especially with Monoma hoping to copy your quirk. Let him try, Izuku replied, his predictive awareness already mapping potential encounter scenarios. Through his enhanced perception, he could foresee not just individual actions, but team coordination patterns, the likely approaches Class 1B would implement based on their established capabilities. More significant was his growing ability to sense emotional undercurrents driving tactical choices. Monoma's approach would be influenced by competitive resentment. Tsunotori would prioritize team coordination over individual achievement. These psychological factors became as tactically relevant as quirk parameters in Izuku's strategic assessment. When the match began, Class 1B implemented exactly the approach Izuku had predicted, a specialized containment strategy designed to isolate and neutralize him while secondary teams engaged his teammates. Monoma remained strategically distant, waiting for optimal copying opportunity while directing overall operations. What followed demonstrated the full integration of Izuku's evolving abilities. As Tsunotori's horn projectiles approached from multiple vectors, his predictive awareness mapped their complete trajectory before launch completed. The black hardening manifested not as overall protection, but as precision barriers at exact interception points, neutralizing threats with minimal energy expenditure. Simultaneously, his material manipulation transformed the battleground itself. Rather than creating obvious constructs, he implemented subtle structural modifications that advantaged his team while creating progressive difficulties for opponents. Slightly angled surfaces that affected balance, modified acoustics that distorted spatial awareness, optimized cover positions that appeared coincidental rather than constructed. He's controlling the entire environment, Monoma realized, like watching from his command position as Class 1B's carefully planned strategy unraveled against seemingly minor battlefield inconsistencies. Every surface, every structure, it's all responding to his influence. More concerning for the copy quirk user was his inability to perceive the full extent of Izuku's capabilities. When opportunity finally arose to establish physical contact, Monoma activated his quirk with confident expectation, only to find himself copying the material manipulation aspect while the integrated haki abilities remained inaccessible. Impossible, Monoma muttered, attempting to manipulate environmental materials with his copied power. Your quirk isn't responding properly. Because it's not just a quirk, Izuku replied, approaching with methodical certainty. Material dominion represents only one component of an integrated system. Before Monoma could process this distinction, Izuku released a focused pressure wave, a precisely controlled burst of Conqueror's haki directed specifically at the copy user. Unlike the widespread broadcasting during the festival or the defensive application against Hood, this manifestation targeted individual will rather than physical parameters. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Monoma staggered, his consciousness momentarily overwhelmed by the directed pressure. It wasn't physical damage, but spiritual domination, Izuku's will imposing directly upon his opponents. What was that? Monoma managed, struggling to maintain focus. Rather than answering, Izuku extended his awareness to the remaining Class 1B combatants. Through his enhanced perception, he could simultaneously track all opponents across the battlefield, predicting movement patterns while identifying optimal intervention points. The black hardening expanded beyond personal protection, forming multiple projection barriers that intercepted Class 1B attacks against his teammates. Material constructs emerged with perfect tactical positioning, not as direct combat implements, but as environmental modifications that progressively advantaged his team's movement while restricting opponent options. Most significantly, he maintained precision and control over these multiple operations simultaneously, hardening projections, material manipulation, and predictive coordination operating as integrated components rather than separate applications. The match concluded with Class 1A's decisive victory, but the post-exercise analysis generated more significant outcomes than mere competition results. Vlad King and Aizawa reviewed the performance recordings with particular focus on Izuku's displayed capabilities. The range and precision of your material manipulation continue advancing, Aizawa noted during their assessment session. But these additional manifestations, the predictive awareness, the protective projections, and particularly the pressure effect that incapacitated Monoma, They operate on principles distinct from your registered quirk. Izuku nodded, recognizing the inevitable progression of this discussion. The abilities appear to form an integrated system with three primary components: enhanced perception, protective manifestation, and will projection. I've identified them as observation, armament, and conqueror's aspects, respectively. These aspects have emerged simultaneously following All Might's retirement, Aizawa observed, his bloodshot eyes studying Izuku with analytical intensity. Their development has accelerated with each crisis requiring intervention. Correlation doesn't necessarily imply causation, Aizawa completed. You've stated this previously, yet the evidence suggests direct relationship between societal need and your developing capabilities. The implication hung between them, that Izuku's evolution responded directly to the vacuum left by the symbol of peace, power manifesting specifically to address the absence of All Might's stabilizing influence. These abilities, Aizawa continued, do they operate independently of your quirk? They integrate with material dominion, but function according to distinct principles, Izuku confirmed. The perceptual enhancement informs material application. The protective manifestation reinforces structural integrity. The will projection influences target behavior independent of physical interaction. Could others develop similar capabilities? The question gave Izuku pause. Throughout his exploration of these emerging abilities, this possibility remained both intriguing and uncertain. The manifestations felt simultaneously personal and universal, expressions of his individual will yet operating on principles potentially accessible to anyone with sufficient understanding and determination. Theoretically, he finally answered. The underlying system appears distinct from quirk mechanics, suggesting potential availability to any individual capable of accessing the required mental and spiritual parameters. Aizawa's expression revealed nothing, but his extended silence suggested significant consideration. Continue documenting these developments. Their implications extend beyond personal capability advancement. This conversation catalyzed Izuku's systematic approach to understanding and developing what he now recognized as true haki abilities. Beyond merely applying them tactically, he began exploring their underlying mechanics, the principles governing their manifestation, the techniques enhancing their effectiveness, the potential for teaching these methods to others. His classmates, witnessing these developing abilities through training exercises, responded with varied reactions. Bakugo predictably viewed them as challenged metrics requiring corresponding advancement in his own capability. Todoroki recognized their transformative potential beyond combat applications. Others approached with curiosity or concern, depending on their individual perspectives. Most significant was Uraraka's observation following a particularly intensive training session where Izuku had demonstrated simultaneous operation of all three haki aspects, alongside material manipulation. These abilities, she noted thoughtfully, they're changing more than just your capabilities. They're influencing your approach to heroism itself. Izuku considered this assessment. Elaborate. At the sports festival, your focus was demonstrating overwhelming power, she explained. During the license exam, you prioritized tactical efficiency. But now, especially since the high-end incident, you're increasingly focused on comprehensive protection, not just defeating threats, but establishing sustainable security. This observation proved more insightful than Uraraka perhaps realized. The developing haki abilities had indeed influenced Izuku's heroic approach, expanding his perception beyond immediate threats to underlying patterns, extending protection from personal defense to environmental stabilization, evolving impact from direct intervention to systemic influence. As these abilities continued integrating with his material dominion, Izuku's effectiveness transcended conventional hero parameters. The joint training exercise had demonstrated tactical applications, but professional application would require real-world implementation, an opportunity soon provided by unexpected invitation. Following the high-end incident, Endeavor's public standing had transformed significantly. His decisive victory, albeit with Izuku's assistance, demonstrated commitment to public protection that transcended mere power application. When the Flame Hero established a specialized internship program focused on adaptive crisis response, his unexpected invitation to Izuku alongside Todoroki and Bakugo generated considerable professional interest. Your analysis during the Hood incident demonstrated perception beyond conventional parameters, Endeavor explained during their orientation. This agency needs that perspective integrated into our operational protocols. For Izuku, the internship provided perfect conditions for applying his developing abilities in professional context. Endeavor agencies specialized in high-risk interventions where conventional approaches proved insufficient, precisely the scenarios where integrated haki and material dominion created optimal impact. The operational structure paired the interns with professional heroes for graduated response scenarios, everything from routine patrol to complex crisis management. This progression allowed Izuku to systematically implement his abilities across varied situations, documenting effectiveness parameters while refining application techniques. Most significant was his implementation of integrated detection systems utilizing both quirk-based material networks and observation haki perception. By establishing relay points throughout patrol sectors, Izuku created comprehensive awareness fields that identified potential threats before conventional indicators manifested. The criminal's decision to commit occurs approximately 17 seconds before physical action initiates, he explained during analysis briefing. This pre-action window provides intervention opportunity that prevents crime completion rather than requiring response after commission. This preventative approach revolutionized Endeavor Agency's operational effectiveness. Where conventional heroes responded to incidents in progress, Izuku's integrated awareness system allowed intervention during the critical decision-action gap, preventing completion while minimizing collateral impact. More remarkable was his developing ability to perceive emotional triggers driving criminal behavior. Through advanced observation haki, he detected not just physical intentions but psychological patterns, indicating vulnerability to criminal activity, both as perpetrators and potential victims. The convenience store 3 blocks ahead will experience attempted robbery in approximately 5 minutes, he reported during standard patrol with Endeavor. 2 individuals currently experiencing desperation-driven decision processes are approaching from the eastern alley. Their emotional signatures indicate impulsive rather than planned criminal intent. Endeavor, initially skeptical of such precise prediction, found his doubts eliminated by repeated verification. Your perception range has expanded significantly since Hood, the flame hero observed as they positioned for preventative intervention. Izuku nodded slightly. Observation haki continues developing with application. Current effective radius approximately 400 meters for physical intention, 250 meters for emotional pattern recognition. What made these predictions particularly valuable wasn't merely their accuracy, but the contextual information they provided. Unlike surveillance quirks that simply showed activities, Izuku's enhanced perception detected motivational factors and environmental influences, information that allowed intervention addressing causes rather than merely responding to effects. In the convenience store scenario, rather than simply intercepting the would-be robbers, Izuku identified the desperation driving their behavior, recent job loss, combined with family medical expenses creating perception of no legitimate alternatives. Preventative hero work addresses symptom manifestation, he explained to Todoroki after the potential criminals had been redirected to appropriate social services rather than arrested. Effective intervention requires addressing underlying causes when possible. This perspective represented significant evolution in his heroic approach, where earlier applications focused on tactical efficiency and threat neutralization. His developing abilities increasingly revealed the interconnected nature of social stability, how individual crises reflected systemic vulnerabilities requiring comprehensive rather than isolated solutions. The internship's defining incident occurred during Week 3 when a coordinated terrorist threat targeted Endeavor himself, a revenge operation orchestrated by individuals radicalized through social media channels promoting anti-hero ideology inspired by Stain's philosophy. Izuku detected the threat approximately 40 minutes before conventional security protocols identified suspicious activity. Through his enhanced perception, he sensed not just the physical approach of multiple assailants, but their emotional signatures. The righteous conviction driving their actions, the coordination patterns established through shared ideological framework, the triggering thresholds that would initiate attack sequences. 6 individuals approaching from separate vectors, he reported during routine patrol debriefing, interrupting established procedures with uncharacteristic urgency. Coordinated attack pattern targeting agency leadership with high civilian casualty acceptance parameters. The specificity of this assessment triggered immediate response protocols. Endeavor, recognizing the predictive accuracy Izuku had demonstrated previously, implemented full agency mobilization without demanding conventional verification. What followed demonstrated the full integration of Izuku's abilities in crisis response. His material manipulation established defensive perimeters around vulnerable areas, while observation haki tracked assailant movements with precision that allowed preventative positioning. Armament haki reinforced critical infrastructure against explosive devices detected through enhanced perception. Most significantly, when the lead attacker initiated their primary sequence, Izuku implemented controlled conqueror's haki for the first time in civilian environment, a precisely calibrated pressure wave that affected only the specific targets, while leaving nearby civilians completely unaffected. The result was unprecedented in professional hero operations. A major terrorist threat neutralized without a single injury to perpetrators, heroes, or civilians. All 6 attackers were safely detained, their weapons secured, and explosive devices contained before detonation parameters activated. In the operation's aftermath, as Endeavor Agency security processed the suspects, the Flame Hero approached Izuku with uncharacteristic directness. That containment technique, Endeavor stated, referring to the Conqueror's application that had incapacitated the lead attackers without physical contact. It's not material manipulation, it's the same ability you used against Hood. Izuku nodded slightly. Conqueror's aspect, direct will projection affecting target consciousness. Can it be taught? Endeavor asked bluntly. The question had become increasingly common as Izuku's abilities demonstrated effectiveness across varied scenarios. Professional heroes, agency administrators, and UA faculty all recognized the transformative potential these capabilities represented. The underlying system appears accessible to individuals with sufficient will development, Izuku explained, though manifestation parameters vary based on individual predisposition and application commitment. Endeavor considered this with characteristic intensity. After All Might's retirement, I focused exclusively on power demonstration, proving through overwhelming force that society remained protected. It was insufficient. The admission, surprising from the typically unyielding hero, reflected genuine evolution in Endeavor's approach. Since the high-end incident, the Flame Hero had progressively shifted from pure power demonstration toward integrated protection systems, a transformation partly influenced by observing Izuku's methodologies. True security requires more than reactive capability, Endeavor continued. Your preventative approach, addressing causes rather than effects, represents necessary evolution in professional heroism. This acknowledgement from the official #1 hero carried significant professional implications. When the internship concluded with formal assessment, Endeavor's evaluation specifically highlighted Izuku's integrated methodology as establishing new operational standards for hero agencies. More significant than professional recognition was the practical implementation of these standards across Endeavor agency operations. The awareness networks Izuku had established continued functioning after his departure, maintained by professional heroes trained in basic monitoring protocols. The preventative intervention model became standard operating procedure rather than experimental methodology. As Izuku returned to UA following the internship, he recognized a fundamental shift in societal perception. Where All Might had represented reassurance through overwhelming presence, the emerging security paradigm increasingly emphasized comprehensive protection systems, preventative rather than reactive, addressing causes rather than merely responding to effects. This evolution aligned precisely with his developing abilities. Observation haki provided awareness beyond conventional detection parameters. Armament haki established protection exceeding material limitations. Conqueror's haki influenced behavioral patterns without requiring physical intervention. Combined with continually advancing material dominion, these integrated capabilities created effectiveness that transcended individual heroics, a system-level approach addressing societal stability through comprehensive rather than isolated intervention. The implications extended beyond professional methodology to fundamental questions about heroism itself. What defined a hero in the post-All Might era? Was it power demonstration, symbolic reassurance, or something more fundamental? The capacity to perceive and address root causes rather than merely responding to surface manifestations. These questions would become increasingly relevant as societal pressures continued mounting, eventually forcing Izuku to implement his developing abilities outside conventional hero parameters, an approach that would earn him both unprecedented acclaim and serious scrutiny. The progressive destabilization of hero society following All Might's retirement reached critical threshold approximately 1 year after Hood's defeat. A coordinated misinformation campaign orchestrated through multiple media channels systematically undermined public confidence in professional heroes, exploiting isolated incidents to suggest systemic corruption throughout the hero industry. At the campaign's center stood Detonarat Corporation CEO Rikiya Yotsubashi, publicly a legitimate business leader advocating quirk liberation, privately the Meta Liberation Army leader operating under the alias Redestro. His organization's manipulation of public perception created increasingly hostile civilian attitudes toward heroes, precisely when social stability required maximum confidence in protection systems. For UA students approaching graduation, this deteriorating environment created complex professional challenges. Conventional heroics faced unprecedented public scrutiny, with approval ratings declining across all agencies regardless of operational effectiveness. Even successful interventions generated criticism, focusing on collateral impacts rather than primary outcomes. Izuku monitored these developments with analytical precision, his enhanced perception detecting patterns beyond surface manifestations. Through advanced observation haki, he identified coordination structures linking seemingly independent critics, the organizational frameworks directing apparently spontaneous public responses, the financial connections supporting professional protesters, the communication networks synchronizing media narratives. It's orchestrated destabilization, he explained during strategic assessment with select classmates. The public criticism represents symptom rather than cause, a manufactured response designed to undermine hero effectiveness precisely when society requires maximum protection capacity. This analysis proved prescient when coordinated villain attacks targeting civilian infrastructure coincided with peak anti-hero sentiment. The operational pattern suggested deliberate exploitation of reduced response capacity, striking when public resistance to hero intervention would maximize effectiveness barriers. The crisis point arrived during a massive coordinated assault on transportation infrastructure across multiple cities. With conventional heroes hampered by procedural restrictions and civilian interference, response effectiveness declined dramatically compared to pre-criticism parameters. Izuku, monitoring the situation from UA's operations center, made a decision that would fundamentally transform his professional trajectory. Without seeking authorization beyond his provisional license parameters, he activated his comprehensive material relay network, the interconnected system he had methodically established throughout urban centers during previous months. Through this network, he implemented simultaneous intervention across multiple crisis points, his material manipulation operating at unprecedented scale and distance. Transportation structures reinforced against destruction. Evacuation pathways established through integrated material reconfiguration. Defensive perimeters created around vulnerable civilian concentrations. Most significantly, he deployed observation haki at maximum parameters, perceiving attack patterns across entire cities, identifying coordinator positions within villain operations, detecting emotional signatures driving organized assault teams. When conventional hero response proved insufficient against the coordinated assault, Izuku escalated intervention parameters. Using his established relay network, he transported himself sequentially to critical intervention points, his physical presence allowing direct application of integrated capabilities rather than remote material manipulation. What followed became known as the Dark Hero Intervention, a systematic neutralization of coordinated villain operations by a single individual operating outside conventional hero protocols. At each crisis point, Izuku implemented integrated haki and material dominion with surgical precision, neutralizing threats while minimizing collateral impact. Most controversial was his application of targeted Conqueror's haki against primary assault coordinators. Unlike previous implementations focused on individual targets, this manifestation affected entire villain groups simultaneously. Dozens of attackers rendered unconscious through pure will projection without physical contact. "What was that?" questioned a professional hero who witnessed Izuku neutralize 17 villains instantaneously through concentrated haki projection. "Efficiency," Izuku replied simply, already focusing on the next crisis point. The operation concluded with unprecedented effectiveness metrics: over 200 villains neutralized, 0 civilian casualties, and minimal infrastructure damage despite the coordinated assault scale. More significant than tactical outcomes was the psychological impact on observing civilians. Where professional heroes had struggled against operational restrictions, Izuku's decisive intervention demonstrated protection capability that transcended procedural limitations. Public response proved complex and polarized. Official hero management organizations condemned his unilateral operation as protocol violation, regardless of effectiveness outcomes. Media commentators aligned with liberation ideology characterized the intervention as dangerous vigilantism, demonstrating exactly why hero oversight required strengthening. Yet civilian response differed significantly from institutional reaction. Eyewitness accounts spread through social networks, describing protection effectiveness that contrasted sharply with official narratives. Video documentation showing entire villain groups neutralized without physical combat circulated despite platform restriction attempts. The term "dark hero" emerged organically, referencing both the black armament haki visible during interventions and the operational approach prioritizing effectiveness over visibility. For Izuku, institutional response proved irrelevant compared to effectiveness metrics. When subsequent attacks targeted additional infrastructure with similar coordination patterns, he implemented identical intervention methodology, unilateral operation utilizing integrated capabilities without awaiting procedural authorization. Your actions, while effective, violate fundamental hero society principles, Principal Nezu explained during formal review proceedings. Operational autonomy requires regulatory frameworks ensuring accountability. Effectiveness parameters supersede procedural compliance during critical stability threats, Izuku countered. The current regulatory framework prioritizes perception management over protection optimization. This philosophical difference reflected fundamental tensions emerging throughout hero society: institutional stability versus operational effectiveness, procedural consistency versus adaptive response, traditional heroics versus evolved protection methodologies. As public debate intensified, Izuku continued independent operations whenever effectiveness parameters justified intervention. His methodical approach prioritized specific metrics: civilian protection coverage, threat neutralization efficiency, and systemic stability impact rather than isolated incident management. Most significant was his implementation of comprehensive awareness networks, combining material relay systems with extended observation haki. These integrated detection grids provided unprecedented threat identification capabilities, allowing preventative positioning before attack initialization rather than reactive response after engagement. The operational evolution reached new parameters when Izuku began systematically addressing the organized framework behind the coordinated attacks. Through enhanced perception, he identified communication networks coordinating villain activities, financial structures supporting operational resources, and recruitment systems targeting disaffected individuals. Rather than merely responding to attack manifestations, he implemented counter-operations targeting these support structures, disrupting communication systems through precision material manipulation, documenting financial connections for law enforcement intervention, and establishing preventative presence at recruitment locations. This systematic dismantling of support infrastructure proved more effective than conventional response to individual incidents. Where traditional heroes addressed symptoms through combat engagement, Izuku's approach targeted underlying causes through comprehensive system intervention. The approach generated increased institutional resistance despite demonstrated effectiveness. Hero management organizations implemented progressively restrictive regulations specifically targeting his operational methodology. Media platforms aligned with liberation ideology intensified criticism narratives focusing on accountability concerns rather than protection outcomes. Yet public perception continued diverging from institutional framing. Civilian support for the dark hero approach increased proportionally with demonstrated effectiveness, particularly in communities directly benefiting from intervention operations. Underground support networks emerged organically, providing operational information and resource assistance despite official restriction frameworks. For Izuku's classmates, this divergence created complex professional considerations. While institutional pathways offered established career progression, his demonstrated effectiveness suggested alternative approaches potentially better aligned with genuine protection objectives. Todoroki, approaching graduation with employment offers from multiple top agencies, expressed this tension directly. The system constrains effectiveness to maintain institutional stability, he observed during private conversation. Your approach prioritizes protection outcome over procedural compliance. Systems exist to serve objectives, not preserve themselves, Izuku replied. When institutional frameworks impede protection capability, adaptation becomes necessary. This philosophy increasingly resonated with classmates witnessing effectiveness differentials between conventional heroics and Izuku's integrated approach. As graduation approached, several indicated intention to implement similar methodologies despite institutional resistance, prioritizing genuine protection over procedural consistency. The tension between established systems and evolving methodologies reached critical threshold when meta-liberation forces launched their most ambitious operation, a synchronized assault targeting hero education facilities nationwide. The attack against UA specifically targeted students approaching graduation, attempting to eliminate next-generation heroes before professional deployment. The assault design demonstrated sophisticated understanding of conventional protection parameters, attacking precisely when institutional restrictions most limited effective response options. What the operation failed to anticipate was Izuku's comprehensive awareness network already monitoring Liberation Force movements well before attack initialization. Coordinated assault approaching from multiple vectors, he announced during standard training session, his enhanced perception detecting operational patterns beyond surveillance system parameters. Approximately 7 minutes until perimeter engagement. This advance warning allowed optimal defensive positioning before attack commencement. More significantly, it enabled Izuku to implement comprehensive counter-strategy rather than merely reactive defense, identifying coordinator positions within the assault force, detecting operational communication networks, and mapping command structure relationships. When meta-liberation forces breached campus perimeter, they encountered prepared defense operating according to Izuku's integrated methodology. Material manipulation established optimized battlefield configurations, advantaging defender capabilities while creating progressive difficulty for attacker movements. Observation Haki provided real-time intelligence regarding attacker intention shifts and tactical adaptations. Armament Haki reinforced defensive structures beyond material limitations. Most decisive was Izuku's direct engagement with Redestro himself, who led the assault personally to demonstrate liberation ideology supremacy. The meta-liberation leader's stress quirk, which converted psychological pressure into physical enhancement, represented formidable capability even by professional hero standards. UA's rising star, Redestro, remarked upon confrontation, his body already transforming as stress activation increased his physical parameters. The so-called dark hero operating outside proper regulatory frameworks, precisely the unaccountable power our movement opposes. Izuku's response demonstrated his complete integration of evolved capabilities. Rather than engaging directly with Redestro's enhanced form, his observation Haki detected the emotional patterns driving the stress transformation, the psychological triggers converting mental state into physical manifestation. Through precise application of Conqueror's Haki, Izuku directly influenced these emotional triggers, not attacking physical form, but affecting the psychological patterns, generating enhancement effects. Where conventional combat would address symptom manifestation, This approach targeted underlying mechanism. Impossible, Redestro gasped as his transformation faltered. Stress activation disrupted at source rather than countered after manifestation. You're influencing my emotional state directly? Addressing cause rather than effect, Izuku confirmed, maintaining haki projection while simultaneously coordinating material manipulation throughout the battlefield. Your quirk converts psychological stress into physical enhancement. Remove the trigger, eliminate the transformation. This fundamental countering of Redestro's primary capability created decisive advantage. Without stress-enhanced parameters, the Liberation leader found himself vulnerable to precision material containment, structures specifically designed to restrict movement while preventing quirk activation. With command structure neutralized, the coordinated assault lost operational coherence. Individual Liberation soldiers, while ideologically committed, lacked tactical direction necessary for effective engagement against prepared defense. What had been designed as devastating demonstration of institutional vulnerability became instead validation of Izuku's evolved methodology. In the operation's aftermath, as hero management organizations processed captured Liberation forces, the effectiveness differential between conventional approaches and integrated methodology became impossible to dismiss. Where traditional heroes had struggled against coordinated attacks nationwide, UA's defense under Izuku's direction had neutralized superior forces with minimal defender casualties. This stark contrast forced institutional reconsideration of operational frameworks. If protection effectiveness represented primary objective, methodologies demonstrating superior metrics deserved implementation regardless of procedural divergence from established parameters. For Izuku, the validation extended beyond tactical effectiveness to philosophical approach, addressing root causes rather than surface manifestations, preventing crisis development rather than responding to actualized threats, implementing comprehensive rather than isolated intervention. These principles had demonstrated decisive superiority over conventional heroics. As graduation approached amid continued societal tension, this validated approach would soon face international implementation requirements when unprecedented threat parameters emerged from beyond Japan's borders. America's greatest hero, Star and Stripe, arrived in Japanese airspace amid unprecedented diplomatic arrangements. Her presence represented not merely international cooperation, but tacit acknowledgement that emerging threats transcended national response capabilities, that even America's premier hero recognized necessity for coordinated intervention against evolving villain parameters. For Japanese hero society, still stabilizing following Meta Liberation Army's defeat, this diplomatic intervention carried complex implications. Beyond operational assistance, Star's arrival suggested American assessment that Japan's hero system required external reinforcement, that post-All Might protection infrastructure remained insufficient against emerging threat categories. Izuku, now operating with semi-formal authorization following his decisive role against Redestro, monitored these developments with particular focus on the American hero's capabilities. Star and Stripe's quirk, New Order, allowed her to impose rule modifications on reality itself, establishing conditional parameters that physical laws then enforced without further intervention. Reality manipulation within defined constraints he assessed during operational briefing with graduated classmates, now functioning as independent heroes. Tremendous offensive and defensive potential depending on rule specificity and implementation speed. This analysis proved critically relevant when Star engaged Tamura Shigaraki directly during atmospheric interception. The evolved villain, his body partially merged with All for One, while hosting multiple integrated quirks, represented threat parameters exceeding conventional hero response capabilities. Through monitoring systems combining technological surveillance with extended observation haki, Izuku tracked the aerial confrontation with analytical precision. Star's implementation of New Order demonstrated capability parameters matching intelligence assessments, reality-altering rules that identified Shigaraki specifically while imposing devastating physical limitations. Yet the confrontation revealed concerning development in villain capability. Where Star's rules should have established inviolable constraints, Shigaraki demonstrated adaptive resistance, his merged consciousness with All for One creating unstable identity parameters that complicated specific targeting. Her quirk requires precise target identification, Izuku observed, tracking interaction patterns through enhanced perception. Shigaraki's merged identity creates definition ambiguity that reduces rule effectiveness. This assessment proved prescient when Shigaraki implemented direct quirk theft attempt against Star herself. The American hero's defensive protocols, while formidable against conventional attacks, faced unprecedented vulnerability against All for One's integrated extraction capability, a system specifically designed to appropriate quirks regardless of user resistance. Recognizing imminent catastrophic outcome, New Order appropriated by villain consciousness with reality manipulation intent, Izuku made immediate intervention decision. Through his established material relay network, he transported directly to the atmospheric confrontation point, arrival timed precisely as Shigaraki initiated extraction sequence. What followed demonstrated complete integration of his evolved capabilities at unprecedented application scale. As Shigaraki's extraction mechanism activated against Star, Izuku projected maximum parameter armament haki, not merely as personal protection but as interpolation barrier between extraction effect and intended target. The black hardening manifested as visible energy field, physically interposing between Shigaraki's appropriation mechanism and Star's quirk matrix. Where conventional defenses had proved ineffective against extraction parameters, this will-manifested barrier established resistance, operating on principles transcending physical interaction. Impossible, Shigaraki snarled, his extraction attempt encountering unprecedented resistance. No quirk can block appropriation once initiated. This isn't quirk resistance, Izuku replied, maintaining barrier projection while simultaneously extending observation haki to track Shigaraki's adaptive responses. It's direct will imposition at interaction interface. The extraction resistance created critical intervention opportunity. With Shigaraki momentarily fixated on barrier penetration, Izuku implemented comprehensive counter-strategy, not merely protecting Star but actively disrupting the villain's integrated quirk matrix through precision haki application. Through enhanced perception, he identified the operational relationship between Shigaraki's multiple appropriated quirks, the integration architecture allowing simultaneous function without interference conflicts. More significantly, he detected hierarchical arrangement, prioritizing decay manifestation as primary, while positioning extraction capability as resource-intensive secondary operation. This structural understanding enabled targeted intervention. Maintaining armament barrier around Star with his right hand, Izuku extended his left toward Shigaraki directly. Material manipulation activated at unprecedented precision, restructuring atmospheric components into conductivity matrix that established direct connection to the villain's physical form. Through this connection, he projected focused Conqueror's haki, not as general consciousness suppression, but as precisely calibrated disruption targeting specific neural pathways, coordinating quirk integration. Where conventional attacks addressed physical manifestation, this approach directly influenced the control architecture managing multiple quirk operations. The effect proved devastating to Shigaraki's operational capability. With integration coordination disrupted, his multiple quirks experienced synchronization collapse, functions interfering with each other rather than operating as coordinated system. Decay activation conflicted with regeneration parameters. Strength enhancement opposed mobility optimization. Most critically, extraction capability lost priority resource allocation necessary for appropriation completion. "What are you doing to me?" Shigaraki demanded, his body convulsing as integrated quirks operated at cross purposes. "This isn't damage, you're affecting my control directly." Systemic disruption rather than component attack, Izuku confirmed, maintaining precise haki projection while simultaneously extending armament protection around the injured Star. Your consciousness struggles to coordinate multiple appropriated quirks without established integration architecture. This fundamental disruption created decisive intervention opportunity. With Shigaraki's operational capability temporarily compromised, Izuku implemented material extraction, removing the American hero from immediate danger zone while maintaining protective barrier against residual extraction attempts. Star, despite significant injuries sustained during initial confrontation, recognized the unprecedented nature of Izuku's intervention. "Your abilities," she managed through labored breathing, "they're not quirk-based, are they?" Rather than responding directly, Izuku continued coordinated operation, maintaining protective barrier while simultaneously monitoring Shigaraki's progressive adaptation attempts. Through enhanced perception, he detected the villain's integration system implementing emergency recovery protocols, sacrificing secondary functions to re-establish primary operational capability. "He's stabilizing," Izuku reported, his observation haki tracking neural reorganization patterns within Shigaraki's evolved form, approximately 40 seconds until core function restoration. This assessment prompted immediate strategic decision. With Star secured and Shigaraki temporarily vulnerable, optimal intervention required comprehensive rather than limited engagement, neutralizing primary threat, while capability disruption maintained advantage parameters. Extending both hands toward the destabilized villain, Izuku implemented full-spectrum haki projection, armament hardening expanding from protective barrier to offensive application, Conqueror's pressure increasing from targeted disruption to comprehensive suppression. Simultaneously, his material manipulation restructured atmospheric components into conductivity amplifiers that enhanced haki projection range and precision. The combined effect created unprecedented attack parameters. Where physical assaults would encounter Shigaraki's multiple defense quirks, this integrated approach targeted underlying consciousness directly, imposing external will upon integrated awareness with sufficient force to disrupt coordination regardless of quirk resistance. What Izuku couldn't anticipate was Shigaraki's desperate counter-strategy. Recognizing existential threat parameters, the villain implemented emergency extraction focus, diverting all remaining resources to appropriation completion despite operational instability. The attempt targeted not Star's new order as originally intended, but Izuku's material dominion itself. The extraction attempt encountered unexpected interaction parameters, where quirk appropriation typically transferred power matrix directly from original user to All-for-One's collection system. Izuku's integrated capabilities created unprecedented resistance pattern. Material dominion represented conventional quirk component, potentially vulnerable to extraction mechanics, but the integrated haki abilities operated on principles transcending appropriation parameters. The result created catastrophic feedback within Shigaraki's extraction system. As appropriation mechanism engaged Izuku's quirk matrix, it encountered haki integration that rejected transfer protocols, not through active resistance but fundamental incompatibility. The extraction attempted to separate material dominion from integrated haki, creating progressive system destabilization as separation proved mechanically impossible. "Your power," Shigaraki gasped, extraction system experiencing cascading failure as integration rejection intensified. "It's not extractable." This fundamental incompatibility forced emergency disengagement. With extraction system experiencing terminal failure parameters and overall quirk integration still destabilized from haki disruption, Shigaraki implemented immediate tactical withdrawal, utilizing warp capability to escape despite severely compromised operational status. As the villain disappeared through emergency portal, Izuku maintained awareness projection at maximum parameters, tracking residual energy signatures to identify destination coordinates. The information, while insufficient for immediate pursuit, provided valuable intelligence regarding villain movement patterns and potential base locations. With immediate threat neutralized, attention shifted to Star's condition assessment. The American hero, while avoiding quirk extraction through Izuku's intervention, had sustained significant physical damage during initial confrontation, injuries requiring specialized medical response beyond conventional treatment parameters. "Atmospheric exposure complicates vascular integrity," Izuku observed, conducting precision examination through enhanced perception. Conventional medical protocols insufficient for current damage parameters. Extending his hands towards Star's most critical injuries, he implemented integrated response, material manipulation, restructuring damaged tissue configurations while armament haki established stabilization field preventing further degradation. The combined approach didn't merely treat symptoms, but addressed underlying damage mechanisms, restoring optimal function rather than merely preventing deterioration. "This isn't healing," Star noted, watching her injuries respond to treatment with remarkable effectiveness. "You're restructuring biological materials at fundamental level." "Optimal configuration restoration," Izuku confirmed, maintaining precision control throughout treatment process. "Conventional healing accelerates natural recovery. This approach implements direct reconfiguration according to ideal parameters." The treatment effectiveness exceeded conventional medical capabilities, stabilizing critical injuries while simultaneously addressing secondary damage throughout interconnected systems. Where traditional approaches would require extensive hospitalization with uncertain recovery outcomes, this integrated methodology established comprehensive restoration with minimal residual impairment. With Star's condition stabilized, operational focus shifted to strategic assessment. The confrontation had demonstrated critical intelligence regarding both villain capability and effective countermeasures, information with significant implications for ongoing protection operations against Shigaraki's evolved threat parameters. "Your intervention prevented catastrophic outcome," Star acknowledged during secure debriefing with Japanese hero leadership. "Had my quirk been successfully extracted, reality manipulation capability would have transferred to villain consciousness with apocalyptic potential." More significant than the immediate tactical success was Star's assessment of Izuku's demonstrated capabilities. As America's premier hero with extensive international experience, her evaluation carried particular weight within professional circles worldwide. "These abilities transcend conventional quirk parameters," she stated directly, addressing assembled hero leadership. "The predictive awareness, physical reinforcement, and particularly the consciousness influence represent operational category beyond established classification systems." This assessment from internationally recognized authority provided formal validation for capabilities previously regarded with institutional skepticism. Where Japanese hero management had questioned Izuku's methodologies despite demonstrated effectiveness, Star's explicit acknowledgement established legitimacy difficult for organizational structures to dismiss. Beyond professional validation, the confrontation's outcome carried profound personal implications for Izuku himself. The extraction attempt against his integrated capabilities had revealed fundamental relationship between material dominion and haki abilities, not separate systems operating in parallel, but interconnected aspects of unified whole resistant to artificial separation. More significant was the demonstrated effectiveness against Shigaraki's evolved parameters. Where conventional heroes, even those with reality manipulation capabilities like Star, struggled against the integrated villain consciousness, Izuku's approach had created decisive advantage through targeting underlying mechanisms rather than surface manifestations. This effectiveness differential suggested optimal response path against continued villain operations. Traditional heroics addressing physical threat manifestations would remain necessary for immediate incident management, but comprehensive security required systemic approach targeting organizational infrastructure and operational coordination rather than merely responding to individual attacks. As Star returned to America following recovery, her departing assessment established operational direction that would define subsequent protection methodology. Conventional heroes address what villains do. You affect what they are. Both approaches remain necessary, but integrated implementation offers optimal effectiveness against evolved threat parameters. This strategic guidance, coming from internationally recognized authority figure, provided institutional framework for Izuku's continued operations despite organizational resistance to methodology evolution. Where procedural regulations had previously restricted implementation parameters, demonstrated effectiveness against unprecedented threat categories, established operational legitimacy transcending conventional limitations. With external validation supporting evolved approach, Izuku's methodology would soon face implementation requirements beyond individual operations, addressing systemic vulnerability that threatened hero society's foundational integrity. The revelation emerged through integrated data analysis rather than dramatic discovery. Systematic examination of historical security breaches, communication pattern anomalies, and behavioral inconsistencies conducted through combined technological assessment and enhanced perception identified unmistakable conclusion. UA had been compromised by internal intelligence transfer. Information regarding student capabilities, facility security, and operational planning systematically provided to external hostile entities. Most concerning was breach vector identification. Not infiltration by disguised enemy operative, but genuine student acting under external coercion. Aoyama Yuga, the naval laser quirk user from Class 1A, had functioned as unwilling information conduit throughout their academic progression, providing critical intelligence to All for One's organization under familial threat parameters. For institutional leadership, this discovery represented catastrophic security failure with significant operational implications. Beyond immediate information compromise, the revelation suggested fundamental vulnerability in hero development systems, that external pressure could transform potential heroes into reluctant accomplices through appropriate leverage application. Izuku approached the situation with characteristic precision, analyzing not merely security implications but underlying psychological dynamics. Through enhanced perception, he detected emotional patterns driving Aoyama's behavior, the guilt-fear matrix sustaining compliance despite genuine desire for authentic hero development. His cooperation stems from family protection imperative rather than ideological alignment, Izuku reported during secure assessment with faculty leadership. Behavioral patterns indicate persistent psychological distress resulting from divided loyalty parameters. This analysis shifted response strategy from simple security breach containment to comprehensive rehabilitation opportunity. Where institutional protocol suggested immediate removal with potential criminal proceedings, Izuku's assessment indicated potential for coordinated counter-operation utilizing Aoyama's established communication channels. Controlled information transfer through existing protocols provides unprecedented intelligence gathering opportunity, he explained, outlining strategic potential. By maintaining apparent continuation while implementing precision monitoring, we establish direct observation of All for One's communication structures. The approach represented significant departure from conventional security response. Rather than eliminating compromised channel, the strategy deliberately maintained vulnerability under controlled parameters, transforming security breach into intelligence gathering mechanism with potential for unprecedented access to villain operational architecture. Implementation required delicate balance between institutional security and strategic advantage. Aoyama would continue providing information through established channels, but all communications would undergo comprehensive modification, technically accurate but tactically misleading, providing credible intelligence without compromising actual security parameters. More significant was addressing Aoyama's psychological condition. Beyond operational utility, genuine rehabilitation required resolving the fundamental loyalty conflict driving his behavior, establishing protection parameters for his family, while simultaneously developing authentic hero identity despite compromised initiation. Izuku approached this challenge through direct intervention, utilizing enhanced perception to identify optimal communication approach. Where conventional interrogation would reinforce guilt-fear dynamics, his methodology focused on establishing authentic connection transcending circumstantial factors. Your actions resulted from impossible choice parameters rather than character deficiency, he stated during their first conversation following discovery. Protection imperative regarding family safety represents genuine hero instinct applied within constrained decision architecture. This framing, while tactically calculated to establish cooperative relationship, reflected genuine assessment regarding Aoyama's fundamental character. Through enhanced perception, Izuku detected authentic heroic motivation beneath compliance behaviors, genuine desire to protect despite compromised implementation methodology. The rehabilitation strategy incorporated both practical security and psychological recovery components. Aoyama's communications with All for One's organization continued under comprehensive monitoring, providing valuable intelligence regarding villain operational patterns while simultaneously establishing foundation for eventual counter-operation. More importantly, Izuku implemented progressive confidence development protocols designed to transform Aoyama's self-perception from compromised asset to recovery participant. Through carefully structured involvement in security operations, the formerly compromised student gradually transitioned from passive information conduit to active counterintelligence contributor. Your established communication channel represents unique access vector unavailable through conventional means, Izuku explained, providing operational context that emphasized contribution value rather than previous compromise. Information control methodology creates unprecedented intelligence gathering capability with minimal additional risk parameters. This approach, while primarily designed for psychological rehabilitation, provided unexpected operational advantages. Aoyama's communication protocols, established over years of coerced cooperation that created information pathways that conventional intelligence operations couldn't penetrate. Direct access to all-for-one's inner communication structure, typically isolated from external observation. Through this access, UA Security obtained critical intelligence regarding villain operational planning, organizational structure, and strategic objectives. More significantly, the controlled information flow established baseline understanding of all-for-one's decision architecture, the priority frameworks and assessment methodologies driving strategic planning throughout villain operations. The culmination of this counterintelligence operation arrived with unexpected opportunity. After months of controlled information transfer establishing credibility parameters, All-for-One requested specific intelligence regarding UA's evolved security systems, particularly focusing on protective measures implemented following previous infiltration attempts. This request created perfect counter-operation vector. Rather than providing genuine security information, Aoyama transmitted precisely crafted intelligence package, technically accurate regarding visible systems, while concealing critical operational components. Most importantly, the information contained embedded tracking mechanisms designed to activate upon access, revealing receiver location parameters regardless of security protocols. The transmission has been accessed, Izuku reported, monitoring activation through integrated awareness network, tracking components operational with precision location identification. This intelligence represented unprecedented breakthrough in operations against All-for-One's organization. Where previous attempts to locate the villain's operational base had proven consistently unsuccessful, the embedded tracking provided direct coordinates with sufficient precision for targeted intervention. More significant than tactical advantage was Aoyama's psychological transformation throughout the operation. What began as rehabilitation of compromised asset evolved into authentic recovery of potential hero, genuine contribution replacing coerced compliance as operational foundation. Your participation has provided critical intelligence unavailable through any alternative methodology, Izuku acknowledged during operation assessment. Strategic advantage resulting from your contribution, potentially decisive in upcoming confrontation parameters. This validation, while tactically useful for maintaining operational momentum, reflected genuine assessment regarding contribution value. Through enhanced perception, Izuku detected progressive resolution of guilt-fear dynamics that had previously dominated Aoyama's psychological architecture, authentic confidence gradually replacing compromised compliance as behavioral foundation. With critical intelligence secured and rehabilitation progress established, operational focus shifted to confrontation preparation. The location parameters obtained through tracking components provided unprecedented opportunity for direct intervention against All-for-One's primary operational base, potential for decisive engagement that could fundamentally disrupt villain organizational structure. As planning for this operation proceeded, Izuku recognized its potential historical significance. Beyond tactical advantage in ongoing security operations, the upcoming confrontation represented potential resolution point for threat parameters that had dominated hero society since All Might's retirement, opportunity for comprehensive rather than incremental response to evolved villain capabilities. The implications extended beyond immediate tactical considerations to fundamental questions regarding hero society's future development. Resolution of existing threat parameters would create opportunity space for implementing evolved protection methodologies, transitioning from crisis response to proactive stability maintenance as operational foundation. With these considerations establishing strategic context, preparation for decisive confrontation proceeded with unprecedented coordination between institutional resources and evolved methodologies. Conventional heroics integrated with Izuku's advanced capabilities to create comprehensive response capacity against villain operations that had previously exceeded traditional countermeasure parameters. The approaching confrontation would determine not merely tactical outcomes, but strategic direction for hero society's continued evolution, whether protection systems would remain reactive to threat manifestations or develop proactive architecture addressing underlying stability mechanisms. The operation designated Final Confrontation represented unprecedented coordination between conventional hero organizations and evolved methodology practitioners. Intelligence obtained through Aoyama's controlled communications established comprehensive understanding of villain operational architecture, the organizational structure, capability distribution, and strategic objectives driving All for One's evolved threat parameters. Most significant was confirmation regarding Shigaraki's continued integration process. Following the failed extraction attempt against Star and Stripe, the villain had accelerated merger protocols between his consciousness and All for One's residual awareness, creating hybridized entity with combined capability parameters exceeding individual component limitations. Integration appears approximately 73% complete, Izuku reported during final operational briefing. Current estimates suggest full merger within 96 hours, potentially creating unified consciousness with comprehensive access to all appropriated quirks without coordination limitations. This assessment established critical time constraints for intervention implementation. Confronting the merged entity after integration completion would present exponentially increased difficulty parameters compared to engagement during transition process when operational architecture remained partially vulnerable to disruption techniques. The operational plan incorporated both conventional force deployment and specialized intervention teams. Professional heroes would engage supporting villain forces while creating containment perimeter around primary targets. Specialized teams led by UA graduates with advanced training would neutralize priority lieutenants coordinating villain operations. At the strategic core, Izuku would lead direct intervention against Shigaraki All for One with support from specifically selected heroes whose capabilities complemented his integrated methodology. Primary objective remains disruption of integration process rather than conventional neutralization, he explained, establishing critical strategic parameters. Physical damage alone proves insufficient against regeneration capabilities. Targeting consciousness architecture directly provides optimal intervention vector. This approach represented fundamental departure from traditional hero operations, focusing on physical threat containment. Rather than merely engaging manifestation symptoms, the strategy targeted underlying causal architecture, disrupting the integration process itself rather than attempting to defeat its completed expression. Implementation commenced with precision timing based on intelligence regarding villain operational patterns. Hero forces established positioning parameters surrounding identified location while maintaining detection avoidance protocols to preserve surprise advantage. Specialized teams prepared for coordinated entry targeting specific defensive positions according to comprehensive structural analysis. Izuku, positioned with primary intervention team including Todoroki, Bakugo, and selected professional heroes with complementary capabilities, maintained comprehensive awareness through maximum parameter observation haki. His enhanced perception extended throughout the entire operational zone, monitoring villain positioning while identifying optimal entry vectors based on defensive distribution patterns. Integration process accelerating, he reported, detecting energy signature modifications indicating expedited merger protocol. Estimated completion timeline reduced to approximately 47 hours. Immediate intervention required. With tactical surprise representing critical advantage parameter, conventional notification protocols were bypassed in favor of direct communication through secure channels. Across all intervention teams, coordinated movement initiated simultaneously, hero forces converging on villain facility with precision timing designed to minimize response opportunity. What followed demonstrated unprecedented operational effectiveness. Conventional heroes engaged peripheral defenses with tactical coordination that prevented effective resistance formation. Specialized teams neutralized priority targets with precision interventions specifically designed for individual capability parameters. Support operations maintained comprehensive situational awareness while implementing real-time tactical adjustments based on emerging resistance patterns. At the operational core, Izuku led primary intervention team directly toward Integration Chamber, where Shigaraki All for One underwent accelerated merger protocol. Through enhanced perception, he navigated facility architecture with perfect efficiency, identifying optimal advancement vectors while simultaneously detecting and neutralizing security systems through precision material manipulation. The direct confrontation with integrating entity demonstrated threat parameters exceeding even advanced intelligence estimates. The merger process had progressed further than anticipated, creating operational capability that combined Shigaraki's decay manifestation with All for One's strategic intelligence and quirk coordination architecture. Young Midoriya, the merged consciousness acknowledged upon direct engagement, voice fluctuating between distinct identities as integration continued. Your intervention timing suggests comprehensive intelligence regarding our operations. Aoyama's contribution proved more significant than anticipated. Rather than responding to psychological engagement attempt, Izuku implemented immediate tactical assessment. Through enhanced perception, he analyzed the integration infrastructure, identifying connection architecture between consciousness components while mapping energy distribution patterns throughout the merger process. Most significantly, he detected vulnerability parameters unavailable during completed integration, temporary operational gaps resulting from consciousness restructuring during active merger protocol. These transitional vulnerabilities created intervention opportunity unavailable against either stabilized individual consciousness or completely merged entity. Without hesitation, Izuku activated comprehensive Haki projection, not merely as localized application, but maximum parameter manifestation affecting entire operational zone. Armament hardening expanded from personal protection to environmental influence, imposing structural integrity that resisted decay propagation throughout surrounding architecture. Observation awareness extended beyond physical perception to consciousness pattern recognition, identifying merger sequence components with potential disruption vectors. Most critically, he projected Conqueror's Haki at unprecedented scale, not simply as generalized pressure, but precisely calibrated influence targeting specific consciousness architecture components within the integrating entity. Where conventional attacks would address physical manifestation, this approach directly affected the merger process itself, imposing external will upon integration architecture with sufficient force to disrupt operational sequencing. Impossible, the merged entity snarled, integration process experiencing progressive destabilization as Haki influence disrupted synchronization parameters. No external force should affect consciousness architecture directly. Will projection transcends physical limitations, Izuku responded, maintaining precise Haki application while simultaneously coordinating support team operations through integrated awareness. Your integration requires synchronized consciousness alignment. External influence disrupts sequence coordination regardless of quirk resistance. This fundamental disruption created critical vulnerability within the merger process. With integration architecture destabilized, the partially merged consciousness experienced progressive synchronization failure, component awareness elements operating independently rather than maintaining coordinated function necessary for successful completion. Recognizing catastrophic failure potential, the merged entity implemented desperate counter-strategy. Rather than continuing integration attempt under external disruption, Shigaraki All for One diverted all available resources to offensive capability, sacrificing merger progress for immediate threat neutralization through overwhelming decay propagation. The resulting attack demonstrated devastation parameters exceeding previous manifestations. Decay spread not merely through physical contact, but as omnidirectional wave affecting all surrounding materials simultaneously, disintegration propagating at exponentially increased velocity compared to previous activation parameters. Conventional defenses proved completely inadequate against this evolved threat expression. Support heroes implementing standard protection protocols found their quirks overwhelmed by decay propagation velocity. Structural materials, regardless of composition, experienced immediate molecular disintegration upon wave contact. Even Todoroki's ice barriers, reinforced with maximum thermal optimization, disintegrated before completing formation. Only Izuku's integrated response created effective countermeasure. Extending both hands toward advancing decay wave, he projected armament haki not as conventional barrier but fundamental reality imposition, will manifested with sufficient intensity to establish absolute boundary that decay propagation could not penetrate, regardless of physical limitations. The black hardening materialized as visible energy field, expanding from his position in perfect synchronization with decay advancement. Where conventional matter experienced immediate disintegration upon contact, this will-manifested barrier established resistance operating on principles transcending physical interaction, imposing external determination that rejected molecular disruption regardless of quirk parameters. Your fundamental error, Izuku stated, maintaining perfect barrier integrity while simultaneously extending observation awareness throughout the confrontation zone, remains addressing symptoms rather than cause. Decay represents physical manifestation. True engagement requires targeting consciousness directly. With decay propagation contained through armament projection, he implemented comprehensive counter-strategy transcending conventional engagement parameters. Material manipulation activated at unprecedented precision, restructuring surrounding architecture into conductivity matrix, establishing direct connection to the merged entity's physical form. Through this connection, he projected focused conqueror's haki, not as general consciousness suppression, but precisely calibrated disruption, targeting specific neural pathways, coordinating integration process. The effect created catastrophic failure within merger architecture. With critical synchronization pathways disrupted by external will imposition, the integration process experienced terminal collapse, component consciousness elements separating rather than merging as coordination framework disintegrated under targeted interference. "What have you done?" the entity demanded. Physical form convulsing as merged consciousness experienced progressive separation. "The integration, it's collapsing." Systemic disruption rather than component engagement, Izuku confirmed, maintaining precise haki projection while simultaneously coordinating support team operations through enhanced awareness. Your merger requires perfect synchronization between consciousness elements. Targeted disruption creates progressive failure regardless of individual component stability. This fundamental approach created unprecedented vulnerability within the previously resistant entity. With integration architecture collapsing and component consciousness elements experiencing separation, quirk coordination suffered catastrophic efficiency reduction. Capabilities that previously operated as integrated system experiencing progressive isolation as control framework disintegrated. Most significantly, the separation process affected quirk retention architecture directly. All for One's primary capability, the appropriation and retention of multiple quirks within single consciousness, required precise coordination between storage parameters and implementation protocols. With integration architecture collapsing and consciousness elements separating, this coordination experienced terminal failure. The result transcended tactical victory to establish strategic transformation. As quirk retention architecture disintegrated, appropriated capabilities began returning to original configuration parameters. Powers previously stolen experiencing automatic reversion to natural state as artificial containment frameworks collapsed under integration failure. "No," the entity howled, physical form experiencing progressive modification as appropriated quirks initiated separation protocols. The collection, my life's work. For Izuku, this development represented optimal outcome beyond tactical planning parameters. Rather than merely preventing integration completion, the intervention had created fundamental system collapse within All for One's core operational architecture, neutralizing primary threat vector while simultaneously addressing historical injustice through quirk restoration to original owners. With the entity experiencing progressive capability reduction through quirk separation, conventional hero forces established comprehensive containment protocols. Specialized restraint systems designed specifically for evolved villain parameters secured physical form, while monitoring systems verified continued quirk reversion process throughout extended observation period. The operational aftermath extended beyond immediate tactical resolution to address systemic implications. Quirk restoration processes required comprehensive monitoring to ensure proper reversion parameters, particularly for powers appropriated decades earlier, where original owners might no longer survive. Support systems established rehabilitation protocols for individuals experiencing sudden quirk return after extended absence, addressing psychological adjustment requirements alongside physical adaptation parameters. Most significant was addressing broader villain organizational structure following leadership neutralization. With Shigaraki all-for-one contained and experiencing progressive capability reduction, supporting operations required comprehensive dismantling to prevent reorganization under alternative leadership architecture. Through intelligence obtained during primary operation, hero forces implemented coordinated intervention against remaining organizational components, neutralizing support infrastructure while securing operational resources that could potentially enable continued villain activities under reconstituted leadership. For Hero Society, the confrontation's resolution created unprecedented opportunity space for systemic evolution. Beyond immediate threat neutralization, the operation had demonstrated effectiveness parameters exceeding traditional methodology limitations, establishing integrated approach combining conventional heroics with evolved capabilities as optimal security architecture against advanced threat parameters. Most importantly, the resolution created transition opportunity from reactive crisis management to proactive stability maintenance, shifting operational foundation from symptom response to cause address as fundamental protection paradigm. Where traditional heroics focused on neutralizing manifestation effects, evolved methodology prioritized identifying and resolving underlying factors generating crisis conditions initially. As society processed these implications, Izuku recognized fundamental transition point in his professional development. The capabilities that had emerged following All Might's retirement had reached maturation parameters, demonstrating comprehensive effectiveness against even most evolved threat expressions. The integration between material dominion and true hockey mastery had created operational capacity transcending conventional quirk limitations. More significant than capability development was philosophical evolution, where initial application focused primarily on threat neutralization through superior force expression. Mature implementation prioritized comprehensive understanding, addressing causal factors rather than merely responding to effect manifestations as fundamental methodology. This evolved approach would define protection architecture in post-confrontation society, establishing new paradigm where heroism transcended reactive intervention to incorporate proactive stability maintenance as operational foundation. 5 years following the decisive confrontation with All for One's organization, Hero Society had undergone fundamental transformation. The systematic dismantling of villain infrastructure, combined with comprehensive rehabilitation programs for affected individuals, had created stability parameters exceeding previous historical periods, not merely suppressing criminal expression, but addressing underlying societal factors generating vulnerability to exploitation. At the center of this transformed protection architecture stood the Hero Analysis and Response Agency, an integrated organization combining conventional hero operations with evolved methodologies pioneered during the transitional period. Under Izuku's leadership, the agency had established new paradigms for security implementation, focusing on comprehensive rather than isolated intervention. Traditional heroics addressed crisis manifestation, he explained during International Security Conference. Evolved methodology identifies vulnerability patterns before expression activation, implementing preventative rather than reactive protocols as operational foundation. This approach represented fundamental departure from historical hero operations, where conventional systems waited for criminal expression before implementing response. The evolved methodology utilized integrated awareness networks to identify potential crisis factors during development stages, allowing intervention before manifestation rather than response after activation. The implementation architecture combined technological monitoring systems with enhanced awareness techniques derived from Izuku's developed capabilities. Material relay networks established comprehensive environmental monitoring throughout urban centers, providing real-time structural integrity assessment while simultaneously detecting unusual activity patterns requiring evaluation. More significant was the integration of enhanced perception techniques within hero training programs. While full haki development remained rare even among dedicated practitioners, fundamental awareness enhancement protocols had been systematically incorporated into standard hero education, providing baseline capability improvement accessible to motivated individuals regardless of quirk parameters. The underlying system operates on principles available to anyone with sufficient development commitment, Izuku noted during training implementation assessment. While individual manifestation varies based on personal predisposition, baseline enhancement remains universally accessible through appropriate methodology. This democratization of enhanced capability represented revolutionary advancement in hero development architecture, where traditional training focused exclusively on quirk optimization within established parameters. Evolved methodology incorporated awareness enhancement, protective manifestation, and influence projection as complementary development vectors available regardless of inherent quirk limitations. Most significant was the integration of these approaches within comprehensive societal infrastructure. Beyond crisis response, evolved methodology established preventative maintenance as operational foundation, addressing causal factors generating vulnerability, rather than merely responding to symptomatic expression after development. Effective protection architecture identifies potential instability before crisis manifestation, Izuku explained during policy implementation briefing. Addressing structural vulnerabilities that create exploitation opportunity represents more efficient security investment than response deployment after expression activation. This philosophy had transformed protection implementation throughout society. Economic support programs identified and addressed resource insufficiency before desperation generated criminal motivation. Psychological services provided intervention during early development stages rather than rehabilitation after criminal expression. Infrastructure maintenance prevented structural failure rather than requiring emergency response following collapse. The result established stability parameters exceeding historical precedent, not through oppressive control mechanisms, but comprehensive support architecture addressing fundamental requirements necessary for societal function. Crime rates had declined dramatically, not merely through increased enforcement, but reduced motivation as underlying factors received appropriate address through integrated systems. For individuals previously operating within villain organizations, rehabilitation programs provided genuine reintegration opportunity rather than mere punishment. Comprehensive assessment identified factors driving criminal participation, whether economic necessity, psychological vulnerability, or social displacement, and established appropriate support addressing causal factors rather than merely restricting symptomatic expression. Most remarkable was the transformation in public perception regarding hero operations, where historical systems emphasized individual achievement through spectacular intervention. Evolved methodology prioritized comprehensive effectiveness regardless of visibility parameters. Protection success metrics focused on stability maintenance rather than crisis resolution, measuring effectiveness through prevention rather than response as primary evaluation framework. The most successful hero operation remains the crisis that never manifests, Izuku noted during professional development seminar. Preventative intervention rarely generates public recognition despite representing optimal protection implementation. This philosophy had gradually reshaped hero education throughout society. While combat capability remained essential for crisis response when preventative measures proved insufficient, training increasingly emphasized comprehensive awareness and proactive intervention as operational foundation. Heroes developed not merely as combat specialists, but integrated protection providers addressing fundamental stability requirements throughout social architecture. For Izuku personally, this evolution represented fulfillment of development trajectory initiated following All Might's retirement. The capabilities that had emerged during crisis periods had matured into comprehensive methodology transcending individual expression to establish systemic implementation architecture accessible throughout hero society. More significant than capability development was philosophical maturation, where initial application prioritized overwhelming force as primary resolution vector, evolved implementation emphasized comprehensive understanding, addressing causal architecture rather than merely neutralizing symptomatic manifestation as fundamental approach. This evolution had transformed his professional identity from individual operator to systemic architect, establishing implementation frameworks that continued functioning independent of personal involvement rather than requiring direct intervention for operational effectiveness. The protection systems pioneered during crisis periods had matured into sustainable architecture, maintaining stability through integrated rather than isolated operations. Most importantly, the transformed hero society had established resilience parameters transcending dependency on individual operators regardless of capability level. Where historical systems relied on symbolic figures providing reassurance through overwhelming presence, evolved architecture distributed protection responsibility throughout integrated network, creating stability independent of individual components through comprehensive system implementation. This distributed resilience represented genuine fulfillment of protection responsibility, transcending historical limitations. Rather than society requiring savior figures intervening during crisis manifestation, evolved systems maintained stability through comprehensive implementation addressing vulnerability before expression activation, preventing rather than merely responding to destabilization factors throughout social architecture. As Izuku observed this transformed society from hero analysis headquarters, he recognized fundamental completion of transitional arc initiated by All Might's retirement. The vacuum created by symbolic absence had been filled not by individual replacement, but comprehensive system, distributed responsibility architecture, maintaining stability through integrated operations rather than isolated intervention. The greatest achievement remains the system that continues functioning regardless of individual components, he noted in operational assessment. True security transcends dependency on specific operators to establish comprehensive architecture, maintaining stability through integrated implementation. This philosophy defined hero society's continued evolution, establishing protection parameters exceeding historical precedent through comprehensive rather than isolated methodology. Where traditional heroics focused on crisis resolution through spectacular intervention, evolved architecture prioritized stability maintenance through integrated operations addressing causal factors before symptomatic expression. The result created security parameters previously unattainable through conventional methodology, not merely responding to destabilization after manifestation, but preventing development through comprehensive address of underlying vulnerability factors throughout societal architecture. For future generations entering hero education programs, this transformed environment established new developmental foundation. Training incorporated not merely combat capability optimization, but comprehensive awareness enhancement, developing integrated protection providers addressing fundamental stability requirements rather than merely responding to crisis manifestation after development. Most significantly, the evolved system maintained continuous adaptation capacity, responding to emerging challenges through comprehensive rather than isolated methodology. Where historical architecture required catastrophic failure before implementing significant modification, transformed systems incorporated continuous improvement protocols, adjusting operational parameters based on effectiveness assessment rather than crisis response. This adaptive resilience ensured continued effectiveness against evolving challenge parameters, regardless of specific manifestation details. Protection architecture addressed fundamental vulnerability factors rather than merely responding to symptomatic expression, maintaining stability through comprehensive implementation rather than isolated intervention. As society continued developing within this transformed protection framework, the stability established through integrated methodology created unprecedented opportunity for positive advancement across all developmental vectors. Economic systems flourished within secure environment, permitting innovation without exploitation. Social architecture developed inclusive parameters supporting comprehensive participation regardless of individual capability variations. Educational implementation established development opportunity, optimizing individual potential throughout society. The transformation initiated through crisis response had matured into sustainable architecture supporting comprehensive advancement, protection systems enabling rather than merely preserving societal function through integrated methodology addressing fundamental requirements rather than merely responding to destabilization factors after manifestation. For Izuku, observing this transformed society represented genuine fulfillment, transcending individual achievement parameters. The capabilities that had developed in response to specific crisis requirements had matured into comprehensive methodology supporting systemic stability, protection architecture, functioning through integrated implementation rather than isolated intervention. This evolution represented true heroism transcending historical limitations, not merely protecting society through reactive intervention, but establishing sustainable security through proactive implementation, addressing fundamental requirements rather than merely responding to symptomatic expression after development. The transformed hero society continued evolving, addressing emerging challenges through comprehensive methodology while maintaining fundamental stability parameters through integrated implementation. Protection architecture operated through distributed responsibility networks, maintaining operational effectiveness regardless of individual component parameters, resilience through comprehensive implementation rather than isolated intervention. As new generations developed within this transformed environment, they incorporated evolved methodology as fundamental operational foundation rather than revolutionary departure from established parameters. Enhanced awareness, protective manifestation, and influence projection became standard development components alongside conventional quirk optimization, integrated capability architecture transcending historical limitations through comprehensive implementation. The society that emerged through this continued evolution represented genuine fulfillment of protection responsibility transcending reactive intervention to establish proactive stability maintenance as operational foundation. Security parameters exceeded historical precedent, not through oppressive control, but comprehensive support, addressing fundamental requirements necessary for societal function rather than merely restricting destabilization expression after development. This transformed environment established new possibilities for human advancement across all developmental vectors. Security architecture enabling rather than merely preserving societal function through integrated methodology, addressing comprehensive requirements throughout social implementation. The legacy initiated through crisis response had matured into sustainable architecture, supporting continued advancement, protection systems enabling comprehensive development through integrated implementation, addressing fundamental stability requirements throughout societal function. For Hero Society, this transformation represented genuine evolution, transcending historical limitations to establish unprecedented security parameters through comprehensive rather than isolated methodology. Protection architecture maintaining stability through integrated operations, addressing causal factors before symptomatic expression throughout societal implementation. The transformed world continued developing, addressing emerging challenges through evolved methodology while maintaining fundamental stability through integrated implementation. Protection architecture, functioning through comprehensive operations, maintaining security parameters exceeding historical precedent through proactive rather than reactive implementation. This evolved society represented the true fulfillment of heroic responsibility, not merely protecting through reactive intervention, but establishing sustainable security through proactive implementation, addressing fundamental requirements necessary for comprehensive advancement throughout societal architecture. The transformation initiated through individual capability development had matured into systemic implementation, transcending personal limitations, Protection architecture, functioning through integrated operations. Maintaining stability parameters through comprehensive methodology, addressing fundamental requirements throughout societal implementation. This evolved security system continued functioning, maintaining stability while enabling advancement through comprehensive implementation. Protection architecture, supporting societal development through integrated operations, addressing fundamental requirements necessary for continued evolution throughout human experience. The transformed hero society had established new parameters for human potential. Security architecture, enabling rather than merely preserving function through comprehensive implementation, addressing fundamental requirements throughout societal architecture. The evolution continued, addressing emerging challenges while maintaining fundamental stability through integrated methodology, protection systems, supporting comprehensive advancement through proactive implementation, addressing causal factors before symptomatic expression throughout societal function. This transformed world represented genuine fulfillment of heroic responsibility, establishing sustainable security through comprehensive implementation, addressing fundamental requirements necessary for continued human advancement throughout integrated societal architecture.
And now it's time to thank the legends who make these stories possible. To my Symbol of Peace tier supporters, Albert Adejumo, Ignacio, Howie60, Carlos Terry, Rafael Terran, Kevin Hall. Your support keeps the Chronos engine running strong. And to my Hope of the Universe tier supporters, Major and Colsey. You're powering this channel to new heights and giving these what-ifs the chance to shine brighter than ever. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for believing in these stories and helping rewrite the legends. Thanks for watching, Legends. If you enjoyed this journey, drop a like, share it with the crew, and make sure you're subscribed so you never miss the next timeline. Until next time, keep rewriting the story.